Good evening or good afternoon, everyone. That's the evening already. And I'd like to welcome you to our 2020 Town Deliberative Session. I welcome everyone here in the room as well as everyone watching on Granite Town Media and on the internet. My name is Pete Basselier. I'm your town moderator, and I call the deliberative session to order. As we begin, I'd like you to please rise if you are able and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing afterwards. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And please remain standing while we have an invocation by Captain Gary Williams, the Fire Department chaplain.
Mr. Moderator, Town Administrator, Board of Selectmen, all the department heads, the employees and volunteers that make this town so great. I'm honored to be here again to open this session. Without question, we've been through a rough year. We struggled to find toilet paper and cleaning supplies. We've had to figure out remote learning and Zoom meetings. There have been riots and probably the biggest political roller coaster in our history. On the plus side, the quarantine put many of us on the plus side. There was a lot of good things that have come of this, even through the struggle. I know that I'm not alone in the anticipation for the day when we can actually have a conversation without the terms social distancing and new normal and unprecedented and flattening the curve. A day when we can shake hands again, when we can go to concerts and sporting events, be able to vacation again without plexiglass and masks and gloves. So many are longing to just live again. As hard as this year has been, it's been amazing to watch this community though. A community that supported each other, neighbors that have supported neighbors, meals made, shopping done for those in quarantine, fundraisers, drive-by parades, all of the things that have been outside the box that have really kept us together as a community and have made this time more bearable. Today, we have the opportunity to have our voices heard. In a public forum, to be able to exchange ideas, this is a blessing that we shouldn't take lightly. With so many good things, this gathering is shadowed by an empty seat here in the front. Among many of the painful losses of 2020, on December 30th, we lost our town council, Bill Drescher. His friendship, guidance, and wisdom will be sorely missed during these proceedings. The impact he made on this community will be felt for generations. Our thoughts and prayers go out to Carol and the entire family. I'd ask that you would join me in the word of prayer. Heavenly Father, we come to you together as a community. We gather to discuss and deliberate the issues of our town. We're grateful for Milford, for the sense of community, for the resources we're blessed with. And I ask that you would grant wisdom and direction to this forum, that our discourse would be civil and productive, and that the best interests of our town would prevail. I pray for our president and all of those in authority, federal, state, and local, for our military that are serving at home and abroad, as well as our first responders and healthcare workers. Watch over them, protect and keep them as we continue to navigate through these uncertain times. I lift up to you all those that are suffering because of this pandemic, those who've lost jobs or businesses, those who are fighting this virus, and those who've lost loved ones because of it. Help them, strengthen them, comfort them. Lift the spirits of those who are depressed and isolated, and help us continue to find ways to support one another and bring us together. I thank you for this opportunity today, for the freedoms that we enjoy. I ask that you would guide this session and use it to open understanding, to unite us, and to move our town forward. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain. You may be seated, please. At this point, I'd like to invite Chairman Daniels to the podium.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'd like to add to the words of Pastor Williams regarding our town council, former town council, William Drescher. The Honorable William R. Drescher, longtime resident of Amherst, New Hampshire, passed away on December 30th, 2020 at his home. Bill began a law career in the 1960s and eventually opened the practice Drescher and Dockmo here in Milford. He practiced law in New Hampshire for over 50 years and was the town council for Milford for many, many years. He was a member of the New Hampshire Bar and served as a district court judge for over 30 years. Bill will always be appreciated for the advice and counsel he gave at meetings like this and for simply being the person that he was. Over the years, Bill worked with the towns of Milford, Amherst, Mount Vernon, Temple, New Boston, Ware, Hudson, Derry, Lineborough, Brookline, Hollis, Mason, Allenstown, and Goffstown. So you can see he covered quite a bit of New Hampshire. Additionally, he worked with various school, planning, and zoning boards. Bill was an outstanding individual, a great father, husband, and friend. He will truly be missed as an individual by everyone, and as a counselor by all the towns that benefited from his wealth of knowledge and his service to those communities. I would invite you to join me in a moment of silence for our friend and counselor, Bill Drescher. Rest in peace, Attorney Drescher. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. I'd also like to recognize another individual who passed this year, and that is Ernie Barrett. Ernie Barrett passed last summer, and I have to admit, he had a profound influence on me and the way I go about my role as a public official. I first met Ernie when I was with the Lions Club. We served on the School Budget Advisory Committee. We were on the school board together. But as many of you know, Ernie was also active on the town side. He was also a town moderator, select board member. Ernie participated in all ways. And not unlike Mr. Drescher, Ernie Barrett was one of those people who he would muster his facts. He knew the story. But if he was on the losing side of an argument, he accepted that and moved forward to make the best of the decision that the townspeople had. Truly a role model for our community. Ernie, I can remember working with Ernie in the basement of his house where the Rite Aid is now on West Street, and down in the basement, and he would be going over the school budget with a accounting paper and a pencil. It was just crazy, but he knew the budget inside and out, and the people respected him for his facts, just as they respected Mr. Drescher when he spoke at a meeting. So I'd just like to take a moment of silence also in memory of Ernie Barrett, please. Thank you. So with that, I would now like to turn the podium over to, I believe it's Janet Langdell. Oh, Mr. Daniels, thank you, for a special recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Once again, I have the honor of announcing Milford's Citizen of the Year for 2020. The nominations this year covered a wide spectrum of participation, from mask makers to municipal board volunteers to school sports coaches. As one nomination committee member stated during the group's deliberations, every single person nominated has earned a place on this list. The group noted that no individual does it alone, as they work with the collaboration of their fellow volunteers and have support from their families as they volunteer to share their time and talents with the community. This year, we have the honor of not recognizing one, but two individuals, a husband and wife team. Both individuals have been residents of Milford since the 1970s, have raised their children in town, and have been heavily involved in the community, where their contributions have always been made in a quiet, mindful, and unassuming manner. He was a project coordinator for the Trail Rights and Conservation Commission and a key player in the development of the Tucker Brook Nature Trail. His experience with the Conservation Commission goes back 30 years. He was a founding participant in the High Hopes Hot Air Balloon Festival, which raised funds to enhance the lives of chronically ill children. He also was a member of the Granite State Balloon Association, the Balloon Federation of America, the National Speleology Society, the Historical Society, Milford Lions, and JCs. He was also the caretaker of the Ann Jackson Girl Scout Camp, an assistant cadet troop leader, and a chairman and assistant scoutmaster for the Boy Scouts of America. An amateur archaeologist, he volunteered in a dig where Native American graves were found on the banks of the Souhegan River. In addition, he participated in the Milford census and was a volunteer at Milford High School, a substitute teacher. She has brought her keen wisdom, insight, sparkle, practicality to numerous civic committees and volunteer efforts, including but not limited to the Budget Advisory Committee, the Town Facilities Planning Committee, the Citizens Advisory Committee for Capital Improvements, and pretty much anything that involves the town's ambulance service, of which she was a founder and volunteer, as well as a Girl Scout troop leader for many years. This couple have regularly been seen greeting voters and neighbors while working the polls on election and town voting days. They are true stalwarts of the town and represent citizenship at its best. It is my honor to announce to you and recognize Milford's 2020 Citizens of the Year, Hub and Peg Sewage. Peg, it's my honor to present to you and on behalf of the town this plaque recognizing you as the Citizens of the Year. Thank you for all that you have done. And we have, well, Hub can't be with us today. We have taken the playbook of those at the sporting events and have a picture of Hub here in the front. He's always with us. So thank you so much for all you both have done. Thanks for that. Thank you.
I had no idea of this. Hub could not be here today. He's quite ill. But this is really an honor that I will share with him when we get home, and I'm glad it will be on TV. I had no idea. It is a real honor to serve the town of Milford in so many ways and to learn so much. I want to thank everyone that has helped the budget committee, helped everything we've done, conservation. It's been a real joy to be here. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. All right, so town meeting in Milford is a two-step process. The first one is today, the deliberative session. The second is the election on March 9th, when we vote on the language of the articles that we decide on today. The election will be held here in the high school in the gym between 6 a.m. and 8 p.m. and will include the town and school district warrant articles, as well as when we elect our town and school district officials. If you have not already done so, All registered voters must check in with the town clerk. She's just outside the door. And there you receive a sticker that identifies you as a registered voter and a card that is to be used when we vote on the warrant articles. I ask that everyone mute or turn off your phones unless you're an emergency services personnel. And for voters who are watching on Granite Town Media, you may visit the town's website to view or download a copy of the warrant and other relevant files. We intend to take about a 30-minute recess at noontime if we need to continue beyond that hour. But we do not have a fundraising buffet. Any food will need to be consumed out of doors, but during the course of the meeting, if you need to drink water or something similar in the room, that's fine. Just remove your mask and then have a sip and then put the mask back on if you would. With the exception of windows on West Street, where there are no voters right now, everyone in the building needs to be wearing a mask whenever they're in the high school. The select board is meeting immediately following the deliberative session to take their final votes on the warrant articles. And tomorrow, Sunday, the Budget Advisory Committee will be taking their votes on their final votes on the warrant articles. With that, I'd like to conduct some introductions, and I'll turn first to the Select Board and the administration and ask Gary Daniels to make the introductions.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. On the board today, we have our Vice Chair, Paul Dargy. In back, Selectman Chris Labonte, Selectman David Friel, Selectwoman Laura Dudziak, our Town Administrator, John Shannon, and in the far back, our Finance Director, Paul Calabria, and our Acting Counsel for today, Chris Drescher. And my name's Gary Daniels, I'm Chair.
Thank you. And on the far side of the room, on your left, we have the Water and Wastewater Commissioners, Bob Courage and Dale White. Also in attendance is Superintendent Kevin Stetson. For the Budget Committee, I'll ask Chairman Chris Pank to introduce the members.
In addition to myself, our board is made up of the following people. Karen Mitchell is not only our secretary, but also our vice chair. Peg Stewart is our vice secretary. George Skuse, Vanessa Sheehan, Wade Campbell, Claudia Lemaire, and Paul Bartamucci.
Thank you. Also in attendance today, we have our town clerk, Joan Dodgy, and the town administrative assistant, Tina Philbrick. All right, so let's begin. Today, we're going to vote on the warrant article language. And that means that what we do is you have the ability to do two things. First is we discuss each warrant article, and then we have one of two actions. One is you can maintain the original article as the wording that's on the warrant, and it goes on to the ballot as is, and no vote is necessary. However, you may choose to amend the original wording of the warrant article, and if so, we take a vote. It's a simple majority, and the amended language goes onto the warrant. I've also provided you with a copy of my moderator's rules. I have it here somewhere myself. It's in yellow. I just ask that you take a look at that if you haven't already. The important difference this year, of course, is with physical distancing. If you're in line to speak, I ask that you maintain a 6-foot distance from the voter in front of you. Leave your mask on while you're speaking. And after speaking, the voter is asked to come up to the front and walk to the side. And in the meantime, Al or Bill from the high school staff will be wiping down the microphone in between people who speak. And the last rule is actually the most important rule, that you can overturn my rules if you want to by a simple majority vote. Okay. Mr. Moderator? Yes, Mr. Daniels. I recognize Mr. Daniels.
Mr. Moderator, I would move that the following non-residents be allowed to speak. Chris Anton, Highway Manager. William Bartlett, Two-Way Communications. Irene Berry, Recreation Director. Scott, Chris Shank, I'm sorry, Scott, I probably butchered your name, but with Motorola. Lincoln Daly, Community Development Director. Bruce Dickerson, IT Director. Chris Drescher, Town Council. Cheryl Gidgetts, CTA Consultant. Gary Goudreau, Cowan Goudreau Architects. Bobby Jones, AFSCME Union Representative. Jason Johnson, MAC Base Director. David Mercier, Branch Manager for Underwood Engineering. Marty Noel, the Assessing Director. Sean Pelletier, Captain for Milford Police. Rick Rindu, Public Works Director. Betsy Salon, Library Director. Kevin Stetson, Water Utility Director. And Mark Cady, with CTA.
Second?
All right, we have a motion that's been seconded to allow these out-of-town speakers to participate in the meeting. We need your approval to let them speak if they need to during the meeting. So it's a good way to practice. All of those in favor of allowing the out-of-town speakers to participate, please raise your card. Thank you. Get back there. Anyone opposed? All right, the list is approved. Thank you for that.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Daniel.
if I could just give instructions, those who are out-of-town speakers will be joining us via Zoom. So just to them, I would ask that if you wish to speak, if you could raise your hand and I could recognize you on here and I will pass that on to the moderator. You would do that by clicking on participants at the bottom, and depending on the version Zoom, you have, once you click on the participants, you will see a list of participants on the right-hand side, and there will be a button at the bottom of that list that says raise hand. Or when you go to the bottom of the Zoom screen, you'll see reactions, and clicking on reactions, you'll see a hand there, which you can click on, which will raise your hand so that you can be recognized. Thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you. All right, so if you would take out your deliberative session information packet, we'll be working from the packets. I will introduce the topic, the dollar amount, and a brief wording, some of the text of the warrant. I'm not going to read the entire article, but it's important for the people watching on Granite Town Media that they're able to understand what we're talking about here at present. I'll then ask the select board or petitioner to comment on the article, followed by the Budget Advisory Committee, and then anyone in the audience will be able to make comments and move amendments if you are so inclined. All right. So with that, let's turn to, excuse me, here we are. Warrant Article 3. Warrant Article 3 is the First Responders Communication Network, $2,400,000 bond. The language is, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate an amount not to exceed $2,400,000 for upgrades and replacement of the Emergency Services Dispatch Center and related infrastructure equipment, and to authorize the issuance of not more than $1,700,000 of bonds or notes in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Finance Act, and to authorize the municipal officials to issue and negotiate such bonds or notes and to determine the rate of interest thereon, with $700,000 to come from the unassigned fund balance. Mr. Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm not going to read all of the selectmen's majority report. It's pretty detailed, and I'm sure that you can read that. I just want to say that the work that we have done over the last year continues the work that was started when the town voted a couple of years ago to change a warrant article into an $85,000 study committee. The board chose CTA out of Lynchburg, Virginia, as our communications consultant, and they have worked with us, in fact, gone far beyond what was expected under the contract and helping us to bring together this project to answer questions that have been raised. And we thank all those who have introduced questions to us so that we can better understand the project before us. We recognize that 2.4 million is a lot of money, but we also feel that this is our highest priority. So much so that we have chosen to propose using 700,000 out of our fund balance. Fund balance is simply an account that is used by the town for emergency purpose. Department of Revenue Administration recommends that the town maintain between 5 and 10% of their fund for emergency purposes. We are currently at 8.9%. By using this 700,000, it will bring us down right into the middle at 7.5%, maintaining enough money so that if the town has an emergency, a further emergency, that we would have sufficient funds to cover that. What this does is significantly reduces the tax rate on this particular article. We feel that this is important. This is an emergency that we need to have communications for our fire, ambulance, police, and we've added in the DPW because they are an essential part of our communication network, our emergency network here in town. So by offering this, the bonding part of it we would be going out at 1.7 million for the bond, using that 700,000 from the fund balance, which we feel is appropriate in this. The bonding would be for 15 years, and I think I'm going to turn it over to Cheryl Gigis, who will give us a further presentation on this. Thank you.
Did we do a minority, Gary? Yeah.
Minority, yes, I guess.
Do you want to do a presentation on the project first? It also dictates.
Your call, Gary.
I mean, you're the minority report, so.
I'll just do my minority report now, and then we can just continue on, if that works.
Chair, I recognize Selectman Chris Levante.
The minority opposes warrant Article 3 for a number of reasons. The primary one being the abandonment of the regional system, which has served us well for 3.5 decades. MacBase was originally created to replace the antiquated dispatch service then operated by the Milford Police Department because that department could not properly serve the interest of various emergency departments of the town of Milford, much less those of neighboring towns. Centralized communication centers offer more than fiscal economy. They also ask as a hub for disseminating information that can quickly and easily be shared with all member communities. This capability is especially important when the first responders are faced with conditions that threaten them as well as the public. Abandoning MacBase means giving up our interest in the infrastructure that we've built over those years. Milford taxpayers paid good money to build the system, and walking away from it means throwing away all those tax dollars. CTA affirmed that the life expectancy of some of the new equipment being installed in this project is from 7 to 10 years. That means Milford would have to purchase new replacement equipment 7 to 10 years from now, even though we're still paying down this bond for 8 to 15 years longer. That means doubling the equipment expense for the entire second half of the term of this bond for those items. The annual budget for the proposed Milford Communications Center, according to the brochure circulated, is at $595,950. That breaks down to $529,500 for salaries, benefits, and an additional $66,450 for operational expenses. Milford's 71%, a 71.29 share of the funding of MacBase in 2020 was $529,000, but that included all operational expenses. In the years where MacBase has a surplus that is returned to each member town, Milford generally receives in the vicinity of back of $40,000 per year. If this plan were adopted, Milford withdraws from MacBase, we will not see surplus from the project because the center will be responsible for 100% of the cost and 100% of any overruns. Although warrant Article 3 states it allows connectivity by towns if they choose to participate, no offer from the Board of Selectmen has ever been conveyed to Wilton or Mount Vernon regarding emergency communication options for those communities. No pricing numbers have been offered, nor estimates upon which those communities could make an informed decision. There are communities that rely on Milford for mutual aid and for all first responding agencies. The other thing I just want to add to that, because it was a change in the warrant article, is the $700,000 that was taken out of fund balance. I even more disagree with that. If that number was not in this warrant article and was put into the operating budget, you would reduce your tax rate on all the warrant articles by 7.1%. So I just feel it's actually better spent going back in the budget. I feel by attaching the $700,000 to the warrant article is not the appropriate way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Panic.
Yes. The Budget Advisory Committee supports this warrant article 800. Speaking for the majority is Karen Mitchell.
The Budget Advisory Committee feels that the presentation of the new standalone communication center analysis by CTA gives the town of Milford a solid safety communication complex for all of our town's first responders with the chance of growth. This communication center would allow all of Milford emergency services, including DPW, to have the ability to communicate on the same frequency and provide a central location at the Milford Police Department.
Can everyone hear?
No, it's,
You may need to bring the mic a little bit closer.
Okay, should I start over again?
Yeah, I think
All
it'd
right.
be helpful for the audience.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Hold on. It's gonna be real, this is awkward. Right, but I'll do like this, like this. All right. Okay. The BAC feels that the presentation of the new standalone communication center analysis by CTA gives the town of Milford a solid safety communication complex for all of our town's first responders with the chance of growth. This communication center would allow all of the Milford emergency services, including DPW, to have the ability to communicate on the same frequency and provide a central location at the Milford Police Department. Other towns would have the option to be a customer to this first responder communication network and benefit from these services as well. The Budget Advisory Committee feels it is the best viable option for our town and feels it would be in the town's best interest to pass it this year, given the information provided, along with the support of our emergency services professionals deserve.
All right, thank you very much.
Is Cheryl Digits?
Yes, you may come up now. Chair recognizes Cheryl Digits with a CTA.
Good morning. Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
No, you got to put your mouth right on the mic. Literally.
Good morning. Better? Okay. I'm Cheryl Jiggets, Principal Consultant with CTA Consultants, and I have here with me one of our engineers, Mark Cady. And we really appreciate you allowing us to spend a little bit of time with you to share with you what we've been doing over the last year and a half. What I'm going to do is tell you just a little bit about us. So those of you who have not been introduced to us before, okay, I see a hand back there. So for those of you, how about a shout? Who are not familiar with us, I'll tell you just a little bit about us. And then I'm going to go very briefly over the first phase of our project, which was the needs assessment. I gave a very detailed presentation last year, and our detailed report and executive summary have been on the website for a year. So I'm hopeful everyone's had an opportunity to look at that. And then what I'm going to do is spend a little bit of time telling you what we've done since then, which is proffer a RFP, and we had good responses from our vendor community. I'll just walk you through all of that. So let's get started. Okay, so we're CTA consultants. We have worked on over 600 public safety projects across the country. What we're bringing to you really is relevant industry knowledge. We help create standards that our vendor community has to comply with. We think that's very important for you because that gives your voice, you the client's voice, in the standards that are being developed. Is that still not working? Okay, is that better? All right. I don't know I'm shouting, my apologies. We also specialize in multi-agency, multi-jurisdiction systems. I think that's important to you because what we're looking at here for the town of Milford is having all of your public safety and your public works agencies on a single system. And that does make your system a little more complex, but we have been able to very successfully help our clients manage that and bring all of their users onto the same system and work very efficiently and effectively. But it also allows you to entertain the adjoining towns and allows them to be able to link into your system if you so choose in the future. We work with all phases of a project. So in the very beginning, that needs assessment that we did for you last year, all the way through implementation, where we actually test the system to ensure that you receive exactly what you contracted for. We believe in a collaborative partnership. We have certainly collaborated heavily with the Board of Selectmen over this last year and a half, and been very pleased to be able to answer questions that anyone has had for us over the last year and a half. So, what is our agenda here? We're going to talk about the dispatch center assessment. We'll go into the radio system assessment. Then I'll tell you a little bit about the specifications and RFP that we published. And then the vendor evaluations. We did have 2 vendors proposed on your system, and I'll walk you through that scoring and how we got to the recommendation that we gave to you. And then the competitive negotiations. We worked very hard, certainly in the initial with both vendors, and then with the selected vendor to get you the best possible system design for the best possible price. We have selected a vendor, and so we did a notice of intent to award, and we did some more contract negotiations. So we're starting to bring that price down further and further as we go along. So let's look at the dispatch center. What do we find here? Certainly, Milford Area Communication Center, MAC base, they dispatch the 911 calls for your ambulance for Milford and Wilton, the fire for Milford, Wilton, and Mount Vernon, and law enforcement for Milford, Wilton, Mount Vernon, and Lyndeborough. Now, some of the issues we heard from your users were that there was an inability to hear and be heard. So that the dispatchers cannot always hear the users on the street, and the users cannot always hear the dispatcher. And that's a critical breakdown in communications, which really does endanger your people on the street, but also can potentially cause harm to your citizens, because if the people on the street can't hear that call and come out to help you, that can be a very dangerous situation. We have site security issues. A lot of the sites are not secured, which allows people to inadvertently cause damage to your sites, but also could cause harm to anyone near your sites. There's no monitoring and alarm, so if something does go down at your site, no one knows it until a call cannot be heard, which is really certainly a very dangerous way to find out that something is not working at one of your sites. And of course, aging equipment. All of the equipment currently needs to be replaced. So I did get a comment about reusing the equipment and losing your investment. You really have extended the useful life as much as possible of all the existing equipment, both on the infrastructure, which means your towers as well as a lot of your subscriber units. So they really cannot be reused. So we looked at some alternatives. What are your choices? Well, we looked at a MAC-based dispatch center, staying there at the location in Town Hall, and how to continue your operations. We also looked at a Milford Police Department location, building something at the police station, and then having it be a Town of Milford only operations. And then we looked at something a little bit more regionally. We looked at having the MAC, having a communication center at the Milford Police Department, but making it a regional operation. So we really went into a lot of detail in each of these alternatives. So let's look at the radio side. So we've done the dispatch side, now let's look at the radio side of the system. What have we got here? Milford MAC base has the 5 sites, 4-channel analog VHF system. 4 of the sites are in VHF low band, and then you have 2 sites and 1 channel in analog. So we have a disparity of systems that are currently operational for Milford and the surrounding towns. Milford Fire Department has 1 site, 1 channel, analog VHF. And here's some of the problems we heard from the users. And that's not just the users in Milford, but these are from the users of all the surrounding towns. Lack of coverage. People go in a lot of places, and you see on this map, this graphic that we have, these are the major areas where people say, we just cannot be heard, or we cannot hear dispatch. So that lack of coverage is a significant concern to the users on the street. Lack of capacity. Oftentimes people just don't have the ability to get through on the channel because someone else is talking on it. So that's something that we have to really increase going forward. And then interoperability. There still is a challenge of interoperability, especially between, say, law enforcement and fire, or ambulance and fire, or ambulance and law enforcement. So that's something that needs to be improved going forward. Again, that inability to hear or be heard by dispatch, and also the aging equipment situation. So we looked at quite a few alternatives for the radio system side of this project. We looked at a Milford standalone VHF P25 conventional system. We also looked at a Milford standalone 7/800 megahertz system. We looked at a regional VHF system, and we looked at a regional 7/800 system. So now let's get into some of the costs. When we do look at these alternatives, we also give you what we call a ROM, a rough order of magnitude cost for each alternative, because we know that The technical side is critically important, and that's something that has to be given due consideration, but also the cost side needs to be factored into any decision that you make going forward. So we looked at some of the costs for the Milford-only system, and a radio system upgrade would be about 1.675 million, and dispatch upgrade would be a little over 700,000. So that would bring you just under 2.4 million. So this was our estimate a year ago. Dispatch operations, we were thinking maybe around 550,000 would be a starting conservative budget for you to think about as you operate your own dispatch center. So sort of all in, financial responsibility would be 2.9. Now, we also went to the next step and looked at a regional. So as you can see here, the numbers we have, we broke it down. So now your infrastructure is going to get bigger because you have all of your other towns also having to add sites and having to add microwave, which is our connectivity backhaul. So all in, for everyone, we were looking at about a 4.9 million and 5.5 million for operations. We felt like we might need an extra dispatcher if we bring all the other towns in. And we broke it out for each town. We felt like this really gives everybody all the proper information they need to really go forward and make a good, solid decision and say, this is the path we want to take, and this is a solid budget that we can really rely on going forward. And hopefully you'll see as we go forward, these numbers are holding true. So what was our recommendation to you? On the radio system side, we recommended the town of Milford procure and install a P25 VHF conventional system. On the dispatch side, we felt like having a location at the Milford Police Department was in the town of Milford's best interest, operations under control of the town of Milford, and establishing a governance committee, which also has operations and finance subcommittees. And that's going to be important because remember, this is going to be a multi-agency system. And it's going to be important that everyone's voice is heard when you determine how the dispatch center is going to operate and what kind of protocols that you're going to be using going forward. I also want to highly encourage you to remember that just on that previous slide, we did also do the design for a regional system. So again, this system, Milford only, will be expandable to be able to bring in each of the towns around you. Now, with that thought in your head, also remember that each town will have to build out their own infrastructure to ensure they have the public safety coverage they need to cover their towns. But they can link into your system. You would be the core system. You would have plenty of capacity to bring them on. Also, the way the dispatch center is going to be built, you would have the capacity to bring them into the dispatch center as well. So that's how we got to the recommendation. And again, if you have the opportunity to look at the report, it gives you a great deal of detail in every step of the process. So now let's look at what have we done since then. Okay, so the town has contracted with Town of Boudreaux Architects to do a design for the communications center. This center will be designed to be constructed following the NFPA 2021 guidelines, which is very important for a public safety communications center. And this center is going to be designed to be able to accommodate Wilton, Mount Vernon, Lyndeborough, and others if you so desire. What you see here is just one of the first draft architectural renderings of what it would look like. This dispatch center will be on the front side of the Milford Police Department. And you can see the different areas. It's going to be made to look similar to the police department, so it will look very, very much like it fits in, like that it's always been there. We felt like that was a very important piece going forward. So as part of the warrant article, we have allocated $400,000 for building this addition to the police department. And again, that operating budget, we're coming in right now at about $595,000. That is conservative, so I want you to understand that. Once we start digging into the details and start looking at exactly who you're going to hire as dispatcher, you know, exactly who's going to be managing it and things like that, these numbers can change. And I will tell you that we are conservative when we give our budgets. So let's look at the other side. This is the radio system. So we published an RFP for you. We had a pre-proposal conference, answered a lot of vendor questions. We received proposals from L3 Harris and Motorola, which are two major vendors in the public safety industry. We had an initial technical evaluation where our team looked at all of the proposal material that we received, and we asked questions back to the vendors. There were some things that we want clarified. And then we evaluated those responses and we asked them a few more questions. The goal here was to get them as close to that RFP requirement as we possibly could. We need them to be compliant, to what your user said you needed and what our engineers believe is important to be guaranteed in the system going forward. And then at the end of that question period, we asked for a best and final offer from both vendors. So here's what we received in the proposals. Each proposer proposed a VHF P25 conventional radio system as requested in the RFP. Both proffered 4 voice channels. They also gave us monitor hot standby, which is our microwave network. A new P25 conventional subscribers, so everyone will have new subscribers that will work on this P25 system. And then, of course, paging for Milford Fire and Ambulance. Now, where we had a little bit of difference between our 2 vendor proposals, L3 Harris proposed a 1 RF site with new rooftop antennas. Motorola proffered a 2 RF sites with a new 100-foot tower at the police department. That would actually replace the existing 60-foot tower at the police station. So this was the evaluation. Again, in our appendix A of the RFP, if anyone had an opportunity to review the RFP, that's also been out on the town's website. We had very specific ways that we were going to categories and point system. That was in appendix A, so each vendor knew exactly how they were going to be evaluated. We feel like that transparency is critically important in a project. And these are the allowed points. We had 30 points for pricing, 70 for technical. And as you can see, these are the points that ended up being allocated to each of the vendors. Harris came out at 84.75 points, and Motorola came out at 87.28 points. So Motorola did score a bit higher. Then, of course, we look at the price. Harris came in at 2.1 million, and Motorola came in at 1.6 million. So CTA recommended issuing a notice of intent to award to Motorola Solutions. They will provide you a P25 public safety system that's going to meet all of your needs for the next 15 to 20 years. And it is expandable and easily integrate the towns around you. And the value of this piece of the warrant article is $2 million. Now, then we continued to negotiate with Motorola. What we wanted to do there was resolve any minor technical exceptions we have, resolve any terms and conditions exceptions. We're still going to work with them to resolve payment terms. All of these things are going to be geared toward making it the most favorable for the town of Milford as possible. Our goal is to protect your interests, get you the best possible system for the lowest possible cost. And we're going to be, really assessing those cost savings versus risk moving forward. We are already thinking about how maybe we can, segregate out physical facilities and get you a better price for that. So these are all things that are still under negotiations and consideration. So some of the budget details that I just want to review with you here. This system is going to have P25 technology. That is the most current technology out there. It is a standards-based technology, which is good for you moving forward. You're going to get a public safety coverage guarantee, and that's critically important. So what that means for this price is when we get to the end of the implementation, we're going to test the system. If they do not meet the coverage, they will have to do whatever it takes at their cost to give you the coverage that they guarantee. And I believe that really does protect your interests going forward. You're going to have public safety grade sites, and that will address that site security concern that we heard from users. You're going to have public safety connectivity. That's also very important. As you recall, we've mentioned that Motorola proffered 2 sites. That means we have to connect the 2 sites so that they can talk to each other. One of those sites is at the comm center, so we just have the 1 link. But that is going to be what I mentioned earlier, monitor hot standby. So that means it's basically 2 links. If one goes down, the other automatically takes over. And we really designed this to be a critical public safety grade connectivity system. It will also give you P25 mobiles and portable radios that you need to work on this system, and the communications center technology. So here's the budget. As you heard me mention earlier that basically 2.4 million is what we estimated, a year ago, I guess now, as to what your system should cost. If you will note on the right side is the Motorola negotiations, and we are right there. I think we're like $4,000 from our original estimate. And I will tell you, there is still some room for negotiations. We are continuing to look at different ways that maybe we can have some economies of scales or do some things a little bit differently that gives you the best possible price. But we are spot on, I believe, in this budget. And the reason I want to point that out is because that should also give your surrounding towns the comfort to know that the budgets we proffered in there for them, they could also be able to realize those and feel confident that those are good solid budgets for them as well. One of the things I want to mention here is the useful life of the equipment. Subscribers should last you about 10 years, and subscribers about 27% of that $2 million. Your infrastructure should last you 15 to 20 years, with the exception of your towers, which when we build a new tower, that thing usually lasts 40 years or so. And your infrastructure is about 73% of that 2 million. Okay, so what we're asking and what we're recommending to you today is really your current communication system is inefficient at best and potentially threatens the life of the users that are out on the street and potentially citizens who cannot get the help that they need. What this system will do for your users and your citizens is give you the operability you need. It's going to simplify communications. It's going to let you talk when and where you need to talk. It's going to be consistently dependable. This is a system that's going to stay up and running, and you're not going to have to constantly going out and repairing something. It's going to give you the interoperability you need. Let's think first of all within the town of Milford. It's going to allow all of your agencies to be able to talk within your town, but also with the surrounding towns. Even if the towns do not choose to join this, we will ensure that you have the interoperability links that you need to still continue to talk to all of the towns around you. And we know how important that is because you do have a lot of mutual aid. You go to help them, occasionally they come and help you. So that interoperability aspect is going to be critical moving forward. And really this system is going to protect the lives of those that you've asked to serve, the citizens of the town of Milford. So, thank you so much.
Mr. Daniels, are you open to, is there any other part of the presentation? Or is
No, I think, Mark, Katie, did you wish to add to it?
Okay. All right, very good. So we have Article 3 is on the floor. Excuse me. And we've had presentations by all the parties. So we can open this up to any amendments or questions or from the audience. Yes, sir.
Steve Tackus, live on Witten Road. Can you hear me? Okay, because I can't even hear myself.
I can't hear you. Closer. Get closer.
Hello?
Closer.
I'm right against the microphone. Okay. I have a question. Well, I have several questions, but one I want to ask the General Assembly. The $400,000 to move from the MAC base to put all the equipment down at a new extension of the building at the police station. Why do we have to spend the $400,000 to move it? Since MAC base is going to be disbanded, why can't we just use the space at the MAC base and save $400,000?
Mr. Daniels.
Thank you. The space at MAC base is not NFPA certified. In other words, there are safety features that will be built into the new building that you can't get where you are now. Things like just the structure of the building, the space. One of the things that we see that currently in the current MAC base space, we have sprinkler systems. So if you put 2.4 million or $2 million worth of equipment up there, and there is a fire on, say, the floor below it, and smoke sets off, you've got the water sprinklers that are destroying your $2 million worth of equipment. The new space, my understanding, is proposed to have a dry system so that it would not ruin the equipment, as well as that space down there will be built so that it's kind of a standalone type space, not affected by other space around it in the case of emergency.
Mr. Takacs. I think Mr. Shannon also would like to respond to your question.
Yes, sir. So another one of the problems, Cheryl, you correct me if I'm wrong. If we put that equipment up in the space up on the fourth deck, they will not give us a warranty on it. So if we spend, $1.5 million, $2 million on equipment, we can put it up there, but we will have no warranty on it. So again, that's a huge risk to take. We obviously want the manufacturer's warranty on the equipment, especially when we're making such a purchase. So that's also one of the drivers behind it as well, sir.
Okay. I have another question, but at
Yes,
my
go right
age, I don't remember, so
All right, well,
I'm sure you're going to have some other
you're
questions.
welcome to come back. Absolutely.
Mike Thornton, 561 North River Road. Thank you, everyone who's worked so diligently on these proposals. Two questions. Number one, in the out years on the subscriber units, how are those monies to be raised and accounted for? Number two, I am unaware of subscriber units currently in effect for DPW and water and wastewater treatment. Are they going to be procured at what cost? And what are the maintenance monies for the subscriber units in out years, please?
I'll answer the last question first. Yes, we have included in the RFP or in the proposals, they did offer subscriber units for all of the agencies, including DPW. So all of it is inclusive. So every user that's currently operating in the town or who will need to be on the system, those costs have been included. Now, when it comes to maintenance and warranty, certainly we will have warranty for the first year. We are working to negotiate favorable maintenance. Usually on subscriber units, it's a preventative maintenance. You get them tuned up every few years, something like that. It's not a huge cost. Yeah, excellent point. That's something that we will work with the town. Certainly you should have a sustainability plan going forward. Now, when we say that 10 years, that's a rough estimate. We've seen subscribers last 12 or more years. That's not how well you treat them. We do find that if you assign a radio to each user, they take better care of it versus just having a big bucket of radios, as it were, and have people come grab one on their shift. And that is what we're looking to do in the system is to have enough units that you're assigning them to people. So it's our expectation that they're going to take good care of them. But certainly in your capital out years, as you start to reach that 10-year mark, you need to be planning for, and things happen, right? A vehicle gets in an accident and it harms the radio. Someone goes into a fire and something happens. So that's certainly something we should be thinking about, as you get to that 7 to 10-year mark, having monies to be able to replace any units that need to be replaced.
Mr. Moderator, could I follow up with? Sure.
Sir, do you mind if I allow Mr. Labonte? Yes, Mr. Labonte.
Cheryl, would that include water utilities also? I know the original plan was to have water utilities included, but from any of the documentation I've seen, it just lists police, fire, ambulance, and DPW. It doesn't list out water utilities.
My understanding is they're included, but I would have to get back with you.
Okay, and my other question pertaining to the maintenance thing, and this possibly is a run into that, the $1.491 million you have attached to this for the 15-year maintenance cost, where does that, I assume that must have to do with the maintenance of the system along the way. Where does that get funded from? Meaning, is that broken down into a budgetary thing of, let's just say, $100,000 a year on the budget, or where is that $1.491 million accounted for in this plan that you're showing these numbers?
Maintenance should be part of that communication Communications Center operating budget, and we've looked at putting some of those dollars in. We have not completely finished negotiating the maintenance. You know, of course, when we receive our proposals, the vendors give you the Cadillac of all maintenance plans, so it's quite expensive. We will work to bring that down to what we believe is reasonable and customary in the industry, but that would be part, again, which is one of the reasons that 595 is a bit higher. You know, we're looking at being conservative, not having completed those maintenance negotiations. And that's something that you're not going to have to spend any money on for a couple of years after your system is already in place.
But just in clarification, that is not in that $595,000 operating budget that is listed out.
Yes, we do have some costs in there for that.
Okay, but nowhere near the 1.491 million.
No, because we don't believe you need 1.4. We don't believe that.
But it's possible, meaning according to your pricing details.
No, sir, because we've already removed some of these things, so we naturally bring that down.
Okay, then I guess I just didn't know why they're in there, but that's fine. Thank you.
Certainly.
Morning, Eric Shelbert, Ambulance Director. Just to answer Mr. Thornton's question about sustainability and replacement of
Can you speak a little bit closer? Mr.
portable
Thorne's trying to
radios,
hear.
portable radios and mobile radios. Several years ago, the town created a capital reserve account specifically for those items. So so money is being set aside every year as proposed by the Board of Selectmen and voted on by the town for that account to be utilized to purchase mobiles and portables down the road, so that when they hit their obsolescence point, that we can then budget specifically for those items. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob Wanting, 27 Ridgefield. One question for Mr.
Can you
Daniels.
speak a little bit closer to the mic,
Sorry.
please? Thank you.
Mr. Daniels, the fact of, well, for one, everybody's pegging us at 1.7 million, okay? What's it gonna cost for interest? Has that been brought up?
Mr. Daniels.
I would have to refer to the finance director, you know, as far as our bonding.
So technically, you couldn't say it's 1.7. You've got to count it for paying it all back. So that's way beyond 1.7.
It's the same with every bond article that comes before us, is that there will be interest added on. I
That's a
don't
bond
know if
article
Mr.
that a lot of people don't take into consideration that you've got to pay that back plus.
Would you like the answer to your question about the amount of
I'm
interest?
sorry. Yes.
Okay.
I'll keep my mouth shut.
Mr. Calabria.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. The tax impact is estimated for the year 2022, which would be when the first bond payment is due. That impact is $9.29. So we do account for the interest in that number. I can pull up what the actual cost would be over the life of the loan. It's, you know, as the moderator pointed out, every bond comes with interest. So I will get that number for you.
That's what I'm getting at, through the whole life of it, not at every payment, through the life of the 1.7 million.
Yes, I can.
What are we paying back?
I can give you an estimate on that.
Okay, and I can't remember if it was Mr. Daniels or Mr. Shannon of putting it on the first floor or the third floor. Okay, what would be the difference?
I don't understand your question.
If you would have put it on Mac base on the third floor.
If we put it up on the top floor instead of
That question, I can't remember if it was Mr. Daniels or you, it's gonna cost more to put it, if it would happen to, if this passes for Mac base, it was not. But if it does, why would it cost more to put it on the third floor? That nobody would guarantee it on the third floor. I think that was.
the equipment wouldn't have they wouldn't, Motorola or whichever, pick one, would not give us a warranty, if I'm understanding your question correctly. So instead of putting it in a new building that's safer and designed for it.
One of the two came out with something, unless I messed it up. If you put it on Mac base on the third floor, they wouldn't guarantee it.
I think the word Mr. Shannon used earlier was warranty it.
Warranty it, I'm sorry, warranty it.
That's correct.
Why wouldn't they warranty it? What's the difference?
Because Cheryl, if you want to get into the more specifics.
Okay, that was one of the alternatives in the original report. So had the opportunity to read that, we went into detail on it, the different things that would have to be considered before you use Mac base. If we use it just as it is, we do not believe we could get a warranty out of the equipment manufacturers because you don't have the proper, fire protocols in place, you don't have the proper security, things of that nature. Grounding is an issue. You have a lot of things already on the roof of Town Hall. So all of that was problematic. We did not profit that as part of the RFP because it was not a suitable location in our opinion.
Okay. And two, I think was you, the fact of if it goes at the police station to be a dry system, you can convert upstairs a dry system as well as the police department. They both can be done dry systems. Because you were saying the fact, if it's a wet system, the water's going to go down and ruin everything down below. You can do the third floor alone, a dry system.
Mr. Daniels.
Yes.
I'll take that as a question.
Yes, I'm sorry.
My understanding is that if you do significant repairs or modifications to Town Hall, that it would require that Town Hall itself be updated to current safety standards,
That was
which would be
talked about.
considerable increase in cost.
That was talked about in the beginning, and the fact that the third floor wouldn't fall under this, whatever, the police department, not the fire department, the fire department codes. But there was another mention from the CTA, somebody that looked at it and said there was no reason why you couldn't put it upstairs. I'm all done. And I hope all the citizens of Milford think hard of Mac Bates. Oops. Mac Base took care of us. I've been here 42 years and I never heard anything bad about Mac Base, but we want to throw them aside right now.
Mr. Moderator, I
Yeah,
have
Mr.
the figure for Mr. Labonte.
Mr. Labonte?
The estimated interest over the life of the note, which we have estimated at 15 years, is just about $300,000. Like Ms. Gigris has pointed out, we are trying to be very conservative. I believe those bond rates will come in a lot lower when we actually bond that, so I believe it'll be less than $300,000 over the life of the loan.
How much is that per annum?
All right, thank you. We have a participant on Zoom that would like to contribute. Mr. Daniels, you can introduce the individual.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jason Johnson.
Thank you very much. Jason Johnson, Director at MacBase. As I've listened to some of the questions that the audience has posed here, it was mentioned relative to the operations budget and needing to incorporate that roughly $100,000 a year for years 2 through 15 for maintenance that was quoted out of that 1.4 and change. Also proffered in there is an operations budget for what it's going to cost for salaries and such that's been floated around. I did have a chance to review that. I noticed that for 2023, you're expecting a staff of 6 there as far as your full-time staff goes, 1 supervisor and 5 other dispatchers below them. I did notice that you're also expecting those 5 dispatchers in 2023 to work for a lower hourly wage that I'm currently paying those same people in 2021. Continuing on through that budget, you also shorted the holiday budget. Your retirement calculations are entirely wrong because they're based on retirement contributions that end as of 2021, Q2. They didn't take into account the higher employer contributions beginning July 1 of this year, going from 11.17% up to 14.06%. So there are some suspect numbers in that budget. That was a concern for me. There was also the mention relative to equipment being placed at Mac Base and the ability to warranty it. That may have been something that came up through your conversation with Motorola, but in the conversations I've had with various vendors relative to the equipment that we've purchased, at no point has a warranty been refused on the basis of the location of it. There was also the mention of NFPA 1221 compliance. Again, I know it was mentioned briefly, but my recollection is that the town had CTA send a consultant up who was an expert on 1221 compliance, who firmly stated that replacing the equipment up there with updated was nothing that triggered 1221 compliance. Yes, MacBase has operated in a less than ideal location in the town hall, but they've been there for 35 years. During that time, yes, there have been emergencies in the building. However, during all of those times, not once have my employees ever evacuated that building. One of the other items that hasn't yet been brought up that I had as a question for Cheryl was, you mentioned that you're going to have two sites, those being the new spot at the PD as well as Dram Cup Hill to cover the town. You're going to have your hot microwave standby between the two to ensure that connectivity. But what you don't have at any point is a backup from a neighboring agency. I didn't see anywhere in that budget that you're going to be microwaving to Amherst or Hollis to give them the ability to utilize those sites in the event that something happens at your dispatch center.
All right, excuse me, Mr. Johnson, I'll allow Ms. Gidget to respond to your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. So there's a lot of statements in there. I guess I'm just responding to the last question about a backup. That is something, having backup capability is something that we will work with as we continue to design both the radio system and the communication system. We will certainly make sure that you do have another facility that you can get into. You do not necessarily need to have a microwave link, so that is not something that we are considering is going to be necessary at this time.
To follow up on that with Cheryl, please.
This is really odd. I know he's out there. Mr. Johnson, you may continue.
Okay. The mention of backup, you said that there's going to be somewhere else for these dispatchers to work in the event of something that occurs at the dispatch center. I didn't see that included anywhere in that budgetary number.
All of the things that we're considering are built into either the infrastructure or the dispatch side. We are looking at putting either a console or control stations at the fire department, so that would be an opportunity for us to have a backup capacity. We'll also be looking at, again, the potential of you being able to share some dispatching with a neighboring locality. So that's something that we start to look at further in the planning process.
So it hasn't been looked at yet, but it has been budgeted for?
We do have backup capability in the budget and in the design here inside the town. We will also go to the next step of helping you decide if you needed to have some sort of backup with a neighboring town. We will help you decide how that can be done.
One more question regarding your radio coverage maps.
Mr. Johnson, you couldn't see me, but I had to speak with Ms. Gidget for a second. Could you repeat that, please?
I did have one other question relative to the radio coverage maps that have been offered on the basis of the Motorola solutions compared to their study that they completed for the town.
Yes, go right ahead.
Throughout your study, you mentioned that the town includes three different kinds of buildings. We have light buildings, medium buildings, and heavy buildings. However, in the Motorola mapping that was released, I only see light building coverage listed in there. Have there been any solutions provided for those medium and heavy buildings as far as our shopping plazas, as well as our significant amounts of industrial buildings, which fall well into the heavy building category?
Yes, sir, we have accommodated for that. You'll notice there is a contingency line. What we do is we design towards light building. We find that the maps that the vendors offer in the proposals and the contract are also conservative because they have to guarantee that coverage. What we will do is when we test the system, and they do have a requirement to test all of the critical buildings that we listed in the RFP. If we do not believe you have the coverage you need in the building, we will use contingency funds to put a solution in those buildings to give you the coverage that you need.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Johnson, we have another person in line. Are you all set?
I'm good for now. Thank you very much. I appreciate you keeping an eye for the raised hand.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Greg Fry, 29 Thatcher Lane. A couple questions,
Captain Fry, move up first.
For the mic? This is worse than flying a plane, having that thing. So anyway, so the new equipment for wastewater. It was not included. They didn't provide us numbers. But that is something that they could actually work out on their own. It's buying truck radios. And I've never had the chance to go down there and take inventory of what they actually have or what they actually use as far as a radio system. So that can be something that could be added further down or in a couple of years. Really, they could plan it with a capital improvements plan. As far as Mac base versus the new building, as a prior builder, I love to do remodels because remodels is basically an unknown cost. And if there is a cost projected to it, it's a little bit higher because of the unknown predictability of what you're actually going to find when you start digging into things. So putting the addition on the police station is new. It'll be clean. It'll be built the way that the town of Milford wants it built. So there's no remodeling cost except for when they're running the wires through to get to the radio room, doing the plumbing for the bathroom, stuff like that. So, and as far as the scheduling for our dispatch center, we haven't even got it voted yet we do have a projected schedule that's put out there, but bottom line is it'll be what the town of Milford wants for a schedule. It can be an 8, 10, or 12-hour schedule. That hasn't been planned yet. I think the first step is probably trying to get, the $1.7 or $2.4 million project forward and voted on.
All right, thank you. Yeah, Mr. Takacs.
I do remember the other thing I wanted to, hello, can you hear me?
No, thank you.
I can now remember what I wanted to ask you. If I understood your presentation correctly, you indicated that to bring the other towns in, that the cost would go from $2.4 million to around $5 million. That is going to put the other towns, the marketability for the other towns completely out of reach. They're not going to go for that kind of, because that's going to go directly to them, I assume. And then plus they'll have to pay their proportionate share of the regular expenses. They're not going to go for that. It's just going to literally put them out of the market. So we're back to a Milford-only system for all practical purposes. Am I correct about that?
Yeah.
I'm right here.
Ms. Gigi, yes, Ms. Gigi will summarize the question and respond. Thank you. Make sure she summarizes what you had in mind. Okay.
I believe what I heard was the concern was going from the 2.4 to 4.9 million, and the cost of each of the other towns would make it cost prohibitive for them to join the system. And I guess the other part of that question is, what are they going to do? Unfortunately, I cannot speak to their financial situation. Certainly, I would expect that they could bond and pay over time for their entry in the system. The reality is, each of the towns is going to have to do something. The system that you have now that everyone's operating on will not continue to be a viable system for them. It's not currently a viable system because you don't have the coverage and the capacity you need. It's just going to continue to degrade. They're going to have to do something, whether it's something smaller or try to join this system. I certainly can't speak to their financial needs.
Okay, this, can you hear me all right? This has come up before, and the towns, the two towns involved, Mount Vernon and Wilton, particularly Wilton, has already said that the cost that they want to lower the cost that they've got now, which is very little compared to what they're going to have, to give them in effect a $2.5 million, $200 million. What am I looking at? $2 million. $2 million. Yes. They're not going to go for it. They don't even want to pay what they got now, and they're just not going to go for it. They think that they can do it cheaper on their own than to go through us, is what I'm trying to get at. And I don't want to. I like the idea that we're only paying 0.71 cents on a dollar I like that a lot. And also the interoperability with the different towns is a good idea. I don't want to price them out of the market is what I'm trying to get at. So I am correct that it will double the price if they go in, if we have it set up for them to go into it. Am I correct?
No, sir. The question is, will it double the price for them? If you were to look at the report, and I don't, dispatch operations, I do have that on slide 8, I believe it is. So basically, looking at upgrading your radio system, if you were to do it regionally, it would save the town of Milford some money, of course. Town of Milton is looking at $938,000, Mount Vernon $870,000. That's what it costs them to upgrade their piece and have the coverage. And again, that's public safety grade coverage throughout their entire service area of those towns. The dispatch, and that was, looking at about $550,000, which is what we had originally estimated. Wilton would pay 97 and Mount Vernon would pay 65. I believe if you look at the report, I showed the differential, and actually paying a little bit less in this one than we're currently paying at Mac Base. Again, I do not have the report in front of me. I would have to go back and refresh my recollection, but I believe in the report, that's what it showed.
All right, but the difference between the 2.4 million and the 4.9 million, is that included in what you just said, or is that in addition to that?
Yes, that's included. And the reason it's higher for Milford is because you are absorbing the entire cost of the dispatch center. So that's why yours ended up at the 2.4 million. And theirs stayed lower at 900 and 800 and Granite wanting to join 700. So what they would have to do is put the additional infrastructure in their towns and buy their subscriber units.
All right, and you're saying all that together is going to be less than what they're paying for Mac Base now? Is that correct?
Again, I do not have the report in front of me, but my recollection was each town will be paying slightly less long-term operationally for the Milford solution. So we have to go back to the report and look at that table. Try to look at every aspect. And that's also important thing to remember. When we did that process of all these alternatives, we had every user, including the users in all of the surrounding towns that we interviewed, they ranked what was most important in the system. So when we looked at each of these alternatives, what the user said was important, judged against what our engineers said each alternative could do for you, the town of Milford dispatch ranked the highest, not only for the Milford users, but for all users. So I think it is important that we remember that and refresh our recollection from the report.
Okay, thank you. You're very welcome. Thank you. Mr. Dodgy.
I'd like to propose an amendment.
You have to speak closer.
I'd like to propose an amendment.
I still can't hear you.
Can't hear me.
Can you hear me now?
Is it turned on?
No.
You ready for it, sir?
No.
About now?
Paul, hold on.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Sorry for that. I'd like to propose an amendment. There was a sheet over at the table over there with the language of the proposed amendment. The changes are shown in red. I don't know if everybody got that. Would you like me to read it or?
Yeah, I'd like you to read what text is being inserted or deleted.
Okay. Do you want me to read just what's changed or the whole thing?
The changes, thank you.
Okay. So on the fifth line, I'm adding in the phrase and other conditions in their judgment with the term not to exceed 15 years. And then going down a couple of sentences. The project establishes a first responders communications network, adding in operated by the town of Milford, replacing the contract with, and then continuing with Mac Base, and allows connectivity by neighboring towns if they choose to participate. I'm deleting the following. And borrowing not more than $2.4 million in bonds, bond anticipation notes, or notes therefore in accordance with the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33. The article further authorizes selectmen to issue and negotiate bonds or notes with a term not to exceed 15 years and to determine the rate of interest or other conditions in their judgment. I'm changing the phrase 60% affirmative to 3/5 ballot. And I'm changing the tax impact from $8.19 to $9.29.
All right, thank you for that. Is there a second? Second. There is seconded by Mr. Daniels. You wish to speak to it?
Yeah, the language changes are just modifications. I don't think they're technically anything different. They're just improving the wording of things. And the tax rate impact is just a modification of the math. The 929 is based on 2.54% interest rate for 15 years, and it's a bond.
Thank you for that. Mr. Shannon?
I don't have anything for his motion, sir. I was just going to speak to different things. If you want to do that, that part first. Then we can do it.
So you could not hear what?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Mr. Shannon just said that he's going to defer because he doesn't have a comment on Mr. Dodge's amendment. Thank you. So Mr. Dodge is proposing an amendment. You explained the reasoning behind it. Are there any questions regarding the amendment or changes in wording, additions and subtractions? All right, so I'll call the question on the amendment. We'll then vote on the amendment, and then I'll allow Mr. Shannon to speak about the article, either as it is or as you choose to amend it. So just so everyone's clear, we're going to be adding in the line that begins of interest thereon the phrase "and other conditions in their judgment" with a term not to exceed 15 years. In the line that begins communication network, they're going to add the phrase "operated by the town of Milford," and then also replacing the contract with. And then there's a language that is struck from the next line, and borrowing not more than 2.4 million in bonds, bond anticipation notes, or notes therefore in accordance with the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33. The article further authorizes the selectmen to issue and negotiate bonds or notes for the term not to exceed 15 years and to determine the rate of interest and other conditions in their judgment. That language, again, is being deleted. And then we're also changing a couple lines down, deleting the words 60% affirmative and inserting the phrase 3/5 ballot, and then correcting the estimated tax impact so that it reflects not $8.19, but $9.29. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your card. Thank you. Is anyone opposed? All right, the amendment passes. Mr. Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Yeah, I just added a few comments. So in the minority discussion, and hopefully everybody can hear me, somebody raised their hand. The first line of justification was we went to MacBase to replace an antiquated system. Well, that's what we're trying to do now. We're trying to replace an antiquated system. And I understand that change is hard and difficult, and it seems to be working fine. I have a pretty expensive background in operational planning and things of that nature. And there's three things that you always look for, especially when it comes to disaster and emergency services. First one's communications, second one's logistics, and third one's personnel. So we're good on personnel, we're good on logistics. Our communications is not where it needs to be. So just to put it this way, so the coverage is spotty, and nobody disagrees that the equipment needs to be upgraded. The argument comes in, well, who gets it? Is it Milford goes it and then brings in partners, customers, however you want to refer to them after the fact? That's fine. I think that's the way to go. It seems the best way to go. We paid several thousands of dollars for professional communications experts to do that for us, and that's the conclusion we gave them. Now, I've heard people say that, well, you get what you pay for when you hire consultants. It's not true. It's not true in this case anyway. Now, you could be, cynical people might say otherwise, and that's fine. But if it came out another way, they might say, and they might not say that if they agreed with the conclusion that was reached by the professionals that we hired to do this, the communications experts that we hired to do this. They also touched that the tax dollars are all going to go to waste because you paid for this equipment. Well, yeah, you paid for this equipment. It all has shelf life. It's no different than a car or a phone. Who in here spent money on a cell phone, back 20 years ago that still has that cell phone and is using it? Nobody, because new technology exists now. It came out. Do you consider that a waste of money? No, you don't, because you spent that money knowing you were going to get so many years of life out of that, and now it's time to replace it. That's what we're doing here. That's what we're asking to do. The mutual aid agreement business, those mutual aid agreements that we have with the other towns, they're not dependent on how our communications network looks. So we sign those. If we need an ambulance from Amherst, we have an agreement with them and they have it with us. So those are exclusive. So I wouldn't lump those in with whether we use MacBase or we use the first responders communications network. Those are separate deals. They're not dependent on one another. Also, we have backup plans. So if we've had 2 fire alarms in town hall in the recent times, and Director Johnson's right. His people didn't leave the building. Even when our fire chief told them to evacuate the building, they refused to do so. We have plans in place that if we have to evacuate the building, we shift over, and the police and the fire and DPW and ambulance can tell you who we swap over to, but we have that capability. You just have to turn it on. We have agreements in place, just like they have with us if they have to abandon theirs for whatever reason. The other thing is, now I can't tell you when something's bad's going to happen, but I can tell you it's going to. So somebody will be where they can't be heard, where they can't be reached, where it could be you, could be a house fire or the police that's on response, fire department, first response, the DPW. I'm not telling you it's not going to happen. It's going to happen at some point. So then you get down to basically weighing the risk. What are you willing to risk? How much is it? Well, an extra house fire or 2 that we can't get to, an extra accident or 2 a year, I can live with that. That's what we have to do, and that's sort of the crux of the problem. I understand it's a lot of money. My wife and I pay taxes here. We bought a house here. It's one of the first things we did because we want to be a part of this community because it means something to us. I understand it's a little extra money for everybody every year. I get it. But I also know before I got here, there was a $2 million bond for roads. That's correct? Y'all can correct me on that. Wasn't that done? Because y'all recognize that's $2 million. You recognize the fact that the roads have to be maintained for public safety, for transport, for commerce, for everything that we need them for. There are some things we just have to pay for, and sometimes it's more than we'd like, and I get that. I honestly do, and I'm not looking, and nobody on the board's looking. Nobody on the budget advisory committee is looking at, hey, let's spend as much as we can. We were asked by Selectman Bonte, it's a good point. He said, hey, I need you to look at the budget again, the operating budget. We'll talk about that later. Find some more in there. I think we can do better. He was right. We went through it. We were able to do better. But this is something we need. It's important. We're not asking to, hey, let's build a hockey rink or anything like that. This keeps our first responders safe and allows them to keep you safe. And me safe and my wife and our families and kids. We all know what's going on in the world, school shooters and mass shootings, there's all kinds of horrible stuff. Communication is absolutely key in those instances. It's your first thing you do is to make sure you have good comms that are dependable. And that's why I understand it's a bullet to bite, and I get that because I'm going to be paying right along with every one of you. But I understand the need for it, and it is incredibly important that we do this. The other problem I had was with the mutual thing. So MacBase offered a deal that was, we'll just do it piecemeal with the 3 towns. So each town's going to have to pass a warrant article each year for that piece over a 3 or 4 year period. So think to yourself, what is the percentage chance you think that 9 to 12 warrant articles are going to get passed in 4 consecutive years by each town? So say I don't even think the other towns have any warrant articles for any kind of improvements for MacBase or anything else this year. We're it. Just like we were last year. We were it. We were the only ones trying to do something. So I'm not saying we go along. I've had conversations with the town administrator over in Wilton and seeing how, what their feeling is and what he thinks. So, and I also think we're the only communication system in the state, and I don't know if he's here today to get the information, but we're the only one that has basically a 3-headed monster running. Most of the rest of them are owner and customer and work it that way. A lot of us are customers for a lot of stuff we do. It's not a bad thing, but if you own something like anybody here, you are incredibly responsive to your customers, make sure they're happy because you want to keep them happy. And plus, when it comes to public safety, that's a huge goal for us. The protection of the citizenry and their property in this town is paramount to all of us here. So that's all I want to say about it. But it's a big deal, and so I just want to make sure that point's made. So thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shannon. Mr. Daniels, Mr. Johnson's on the line?
Yes, Jason Johnson.
Yes, I'd like the ability to respond to some of the comments that Mr. Shannon made. As far as the building evacuation goes, your fire chief can confirm for you that he asked my employees if they needed to leave, and was told no. At no point were they instructed to leave from that building. So on top of that, you mentioned that, we all agree that communications are the lifeblood of the emergency services, and that is the key. I want to ask you to look back in your minutes. You can look back through my MAC-based Board of Governors minutes, and you can see how many times that this concept has been brought up of replacing the entire system. We've had discussions about replacing one piece here, one piece there, to spread out the costs. We've had discussions about replacing the entire infrastructure system. We have not been lax on that. However, in each case, the refusal has been made by the Milford rep sitting on that board. As far as how the IMA is organized, yes, it is unique in the emergency services. We are the only emergency dispatch center that operates on an IMA. However, you have a variety of intermunicipal agreements that you use on a regular basis, whether it's cooperative school districts, water and sewer districts, et cetera. Over the course of the past few years, my towns have been trying to renegotiate the intermunicipal agreement. In each case, the town of Milford has been the one who says, well, we don't want to renegotiate it. We're just going to extend it while we take another bite at the apple of the Milford Communications Center. So I want you to, and your voters to understand that this is not because MacBase has been lax in telling you that these things needed to be upgraded. There have been 3 separate studies on this. The first one was mine. That was the one done by CDCG, which at that point pointed out, yes, you are working on borrowed time with a variety of this equipment. You've done the best you can to maintain it in the meantime, but it does all need to be replaced. Every single proposal that has been brought before the Board of Governors for replacing this generally ends in a 2-2 vote. 2 votes Milford no, 2 votes between Mount Vernon and Wilton saying yes. The issues with the IMA can be solved. The towns have tried to work together to come to a new IMA. Instead, not to use the tired phrase again, but we have continued kicking the can down the road by just extending it and living with the existing IMA.
All right, thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Just wondering if it would be okay to call the vote.
You'd like to call the vote, okay. Thank you for that. The question has been called. It's a non-debatable motion. I will take a vote on that, but I do have to say that if we do call the vote, which restricts any more discussion, Mr. Labonte had already requested that he be able to speak, so he will be afforded that opportunity. So the question has been called. All those in favor of calling the question, please raise your card.
Jesus.
Thank you. Anyone opposed? All right, the question has been called. As limits debate, Mr. Labonte.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I guess I'd like to sort of reiterate some of the comments that Mr. Johnson made, keeping in mind that a lot of the upgrades has been blocked by the Milford Board of Selectmen in regards to upgrades to MacBase. I don't believe there's a time that I can recollect in all the time that I have followed the Select Board and Board of Governors of MacBase that the other towns have been the reason why there was no upgrades. The reason why all these other warrant articles never happened is because Milford's vote has blocked it to where that they can't do the upgrades. Also going with the concept of the IMA, Mr. Johnson made the reference also to different scenarios, school districts and stuff. I believe there's some school districts close to us that fall into the same things. I actually think we have another thing similar to this in the town of Milford with our water and sewer system. We have Wilton, which is in the water utilities, could correct me if I'm wrong, they're not necessarily a customer of ours. They're actually a part owner of our waste system. So I guess I don't really understand what the difference is saying that how it can't work together. But ultimately, I just feel that the voters should know that there's a whole lot more options out there, that, you know, things that could be done. There was a proposal that was put forward by MacBase, and I'll admit it never got finished per se because it got brought, I think it was unveiled, I think December 14th or 15th, if I recollect right, of 2020. The Board of Governors chose not to accept it at that point. They chose to look into it farther and get more answers. I guess I question at that point why more answers weren't necessarily gotten as a second alternative. I don't know the answer to that other than everybody has a streamlined approach that if we just put one warrant article for $2.4 million with unknown costs in front of the taxpayers, that they'll just pay it because they think it's the only option to go forward with. It's the only way to help out our emergency services. I think everybody's made it clear there's no one against helping the emergency services. I know that it is a problem. I've pushed myself for the last year, and personally, I've got stomped on as far as that, you know, we can't do anything now. We got to wait and we got to do the whole fix. But I'll leave it at that right now. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
All right, thank you, sir. The question has been called. We already voted on the amendment to warrant Article 3. So with that, I'll instruct the town clerk to put warrant Article 3 on the ballot as amended. Which
Mr. Basile, question behind you. Can I make another amendment to that or no? Okay, I wasn't. I thought that was just effective on that amendment.
No, I'm sorry. The question was called that limits the debate.
Okay, I thought it was the debate on that amendment. That's fine. Nice try.
Okay, so we're moving on to warrant Article 4. The sewer wastewater, Mr. Fine.
Could I move to, Tim Fine in Berkeley Place, could I move to restrict reconsideration of Article 3?
Yes, you may. Is there a second to that? Second. There's a second in several places. All right. We move to restrict reconsideration means that we cannot bring this topic up, Article 3, again at the deliberative session. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration, please raise your card. Anyone opposed? All right, we've restricted reconsideration on Article 3. So, Article 4, the sewer wastewater treatment facility, secondary clarifiers, replacement mechanisms, a $1,750,000 bond. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,750,000 for the replacement of wastewater treatment facility secondary clarifier mechanisms in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, and to authorize the selectmen to issue and negotiate such bonds or notes to determine the rate of interest and other conditions in their judgment. Mr. Daniels.
I believe this is the water commissioners.
All right. Well, Mr. Courage, I'll let you speak, but hold on a second. Mr. Courage, just wait one moment, please. Yeah, there were some people moving in front of you.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Courage, and please be sure to bring the mic as close as you may to the mask, please. No. It should have been on already.
How about now?
That's helpful. Thank you.
These are two large fabricated units, 55 feet in diameter, that are positioned over concrete tanks, approximately 12 feet in depth. They are enclosed with plexiglass panels on aluminum frames. They're an important segment of the equipment used in the biological process at the wastewater treatment facility. They've been in service for the last 40 years. Age, continual use, and metal fatigue has taken its toll. They definitely need replacing. We've made temporary repairs recently on one of them to keep it. What's that? We've made temporary repairs on one of the units just to keep it operating. The town of Wilton will be paying 14.89% of the design and construction costs in this project, as they purchased that percentage when the treatment plant was designed at 2.15 million gallons per day in 1980. We designed and put this project out to bid prior to the deliberative session, and we are offering an amendment to this article to reduce the printed $1,750,000 amount in the warrant to $1,459,000. That covers the construction costs, the contingency fund, some additional concrete repairs if needed once we pump the tanks out, and includes the consultant fees for design, bidding, and construction monitoring of the project. Kevin Stetson, our water utilities director, can elaborate further on this project.
All right, Mr. Courage, I think you want to make an amendment. Is there a second for that amendment? There's a second from Mr. White. The amendment is to change the amount raised and appropriated from $1,750,000 to $1,459,000. Mr. Stetson, I'll give you a hand mic and you can stand at your seat.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'd like to introduce Mr. David Mercier. He's coming in to us remotely. He's going to do a presentation of this project. Mr. Mercier?
Go right ahead, Mr. Mercier.
Mr. Mercier, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I'm going to attempt to share my screen now. However, the host will need to give me permission to do so. All right, I'm hopeful that you can all see a PowerPoint presentation at this point.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Excellent. So thank you very much. I'm going to give a brief presentation here on the secondary clarifier upgrade. I'll cover a quick background, explain why the upgrade's needed, what the costs will be, how it will be paid for, and the schedule we plan to undertake if it's successful. And then obviously you can discuss the warrant article further at that point. As far as background, Mr. Courage mentioned that, your facility went online actually in 1981. So, we're now 40 years into its operation. Imagine that the equipment at this plant, most of it is mechanical. It involves, motors and moving parts that are submerged in wastewater and have to run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. There's aggressive corrosive gases and whatnot that they're subjected to. So the fact that your plant has lasted as long as it has, is a testament to how well the operators care for it. But the bottom line is, it is 40 years old. Most of it has reached the end of its useful life. And so the Water Utilities Department was proactive, and they retained Underwood engineers back in 2014 to prepare a comprehensive wastewater facility plan report. The results of that report were that we generated a 10-year capital improvements plan to spread these major costs out over time to make them more affordable to the users. It identified $10.7 million of upgrades, understanding that's in 2014 dollars. This is what that list looked like, encompassed 12 different major topics. So far, in the last 5 years, the Water Utilities Department has undertaken 5 of those projects, numbers 1 through 4 and 7. The budget in 2014 dollars was $2.86 million, and I'm, happy to say that they were able to complete those for $2.4 million, despite inflation and time having passed. There's another group of 5 of these tasks that are all linked to when the plant would receive its updated effluent discharge permit. That actually just was received recently, so you can expect that you'll be hearing more on that in the very near future. However, at this time, the next project on the list that was standalone was the secondary clarifier upgrade. And of course, that's the warrant article that we're here to talk about today. Those secondary clarifiers are original. They haven't been upgraded since then, over 40 years. As Bob Courage mentioned, one of the tanks had a major failure of the steel structures in 2020. The staff was able to, make a repair to that on a temporary basis to keep it in operation. But we know both tanks are 40 years old and likely, or we know they're in similar conditions. So it's only a matter of time, before more significant failure occurs. On this particular project, the estimated cost back in that facility plan was $0.79 million. Our estimate in 2020 was significantly more at $1.75 million. The major, obviously there was 7 years of inflation to contend with, but the major thing was that we added additional pieces to that work to replace the covers that were mentioned over the top of the tanks, and also to redo all of the paintings or coatings on all of the submerged concrete surfaces to keep those from degrading further than they have. Fortunately, we moved forward, and the Water Utilities Department had us do a design and put this project out to bid. And as of yesterday, the bids were opened, and we had good numbers from numerous contractors bidding. And as Bob mentioned, and the reason for the potential amendment down of this warrant article is that when we put the low bid together with all of the engineering costs and contingency and whatnot, the new budget is $1.45 million, and that's, again, firm with real numbers in hand. As far as how this will be paid for, Water Utilities Department will have to take out a bond or a loan, and then those annual bond payments would be paid for out of money, taken in from sewer user fees, no effect on the tax rate. The cost impact, the exact cost impact, will be officially determined this year in 2021 when the Water Utilities Department undertakes a new sewer rate study, and then that actual adjustment, won't occur until 2022 when the sewer users see it. But we can tell you that, what you can expect is that the average household using 90 to 124 gallons a day can expect about a $2 per quarter increase in their quarterly sewer fees, or a total of $8 a year as an increase. If the warrant article is successful in passing, this is the schedule we envision. Some of this has already been done as far as, completing the design, bidding, and opening bids. And here we are today at the deliberative session in January. The vote, of course, will occur in March. We propose, if it's successful, to go right into a contract in March, and then get the construction going in April of 21, and it will take a little over a year, 15 months or so, and we envision completion in summer of 2022. So with that, Mr. Moderator, I am done with my presentation, and then I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Mercier. Mr. Stetson?
I can take any questions.
All right. Warrant Article 4 is on the floor. Anyone have any questions or comments for Mr. Stetson or anyone else? Rana, thank you for that.
Thank you.
So there's no questions, no comments, and no amendments. So with that, I'll instruct the town clerk to put the warrant Article 4 on the ballot as originally worded.
That's not correct, Pete.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There was an amendment.
You're right. My mistake. Thank you, Mr. Leo. There was amended to $1.459 million. So I'll instruct the town clerk to place the warrant article on the ballot as amended. It's done. We don't need to do that. Thank you. All right. Glad everybody else is still awake. Okay, we'll move on to warrant Article 5, the Wadley Library HVAC electrical repair. It's a $995,000 bond. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $995,000 for the purchase of a new Wadley Library HVAC replacement in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, and to authorize the library trustees to issue and negotiate such bonds or notes to determine the rate of interest and other conditions in their judgment. Is someone here to speak to?
Selectwoman Duziak?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Board of Selectmen unanimously support warrant Article 5. Approval of this article will enable the library trustees to make necessary repairs and upgrades to the HVAC system, most of which is 20 years old and inefficient. A new system would provide significant energy savings and allow patrons to enjoy comfortable temperatures throughout the year, including when the library is used as a cooling center in the summer months.
All right, thank you. Mr. Pank.
The Budget Advisory Committee supports this warrant Article 800. Speaking for the majority is Claudia Lemare.
This 10-year bond will provide replacement and repair to a failing HVAC system. The new system will address the existing issues and will provide significant energy savings over time. It will also provide the necessary funds to upgrade and repair the current electrical system. Last year, voters and town officials asked the library trustees to provide a repair-only warrant to address these problems with both HVAC and electrical. This warrant is for repairs and replacements only to the systems. It will vastly improve the daily operations and comfort for both patrons and staff.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments? Yes, Mr. Taggart.
Steve Tackett, Wooded Road.
Can you move a little closer? Thank you.
Okay. I'm glad what Claudia was talking about. She did clarify one thing I want to know. They have been trying to get a bond passed to start building a new library for the last several years. The last time I saw the cost, it was down to around $4.5 million. So I assume that this $1 million bond, for all practical purposes, is now going to take the place of them trying to rebuild the library, or is this going to be in addition to next year coming back and trying to rebuild the library?
That's a good question. Yes, well, you have an answer. You have to come to the mic. I think Ms. Parenti, who's I believe a trustee, might be able to answer a question for you. You can come to the mic, but just let Lena first. That's fine. So, how are you? Are you set up to have the slides presented up there? Okay. Yeah. Good question.
Chris is right there.
The next person to check. Then we have to figure out how you're going to operate it. I think we're getting there.
Hey, sorry everybody, this is awkward, I do apologize. My name is Rebecca Parenti, I am the chair of the Wiley Library Trustees. And our motto is connecting our community to our information and each other. And we have done that. Out of 254 libraries in the state of New Hampshire, we were chosen to be Library of the Year for 2020 this September. The library has expanded the breadth of access, increased circulation, and the number of card holders. There is now a Team Tech program and Zoom Tech Tuesdays to help the people who all of a sudden had to access the library from home. The library's involvement in the community has earned praise from the Board of Selectmen for our role in providing a place for our community to share joy and entertainment, as well as find comfort in times of trouble. Being named Library of the Year is a result of what is most definitely a team effort. Congratulations go to the library director, Betsy Solon, the incredible and capable staff, volunteers, and fellow trustees. But that's not why I'm here. We proposed a warrant article last year to address the facilities issues and to add a modest but much needed addition to the building. That warrant article did not pass, but the issues that plague us still exist. The trustees, after much discussion, decided to break down last year's proposal into smaller pieces that will be completed over several years. This approach is likely to be more expensive over the long run, but the trustees understand the desire of the voters to spread the project out over a longer period. today. I probably should name this title something differently, because I named this slide something differently. These are actually a few of the improvements that were made in the library over the past year. We've removed the asbestos tiles and replaced those with carpeting. We replaced the treads on the main stairs, which was a big issue. One was loose and I stepped on it and fell down the stairs and I have a permanent scar. We painted, which was a big improvement. We cleaned because of the pandemic. We reconfigured the circulation and reference areas. We did just recently purchase mobile circulation desks that we move throughout the building as circumstances require. We've added an outdoor programming space and weatherproof protection for the entrance door. But the biggest and most obvious thing was the reinstallation of the Louis monument. And we'd like to thank all of the volunteers who worked on that project.
Try hitting the backspace button. Page down, 12 says.
All right. So, this is a list of the major ongoing library issues. We're not going to tackle all of these this year, but as we say in a moment, it is important to understand the scope of what does need to be done. So the HVAC system has cost us over $24,000 over the last 3 years for repairs. And it is not efficient, and it is caused damage and leaks, and we've had to repair every time that it is. The main electrical panel is unsafe. Since we will be replacing the HVAC system, they will have to tap into that panel. The electricians, more than one electrician has looked at the panel and has deemed it very unsafe. And in addition, there are no longer parts available for that main panel. The plumbing, we have several issues, 3 of which are a non-working third floor bathroom. There is no sprinkler system or fire suppression system, and there is no family restroom. So it's difficult for families with strollers to go into the restroom all at one time. Other miscellaneous issues, these are just a few, are cracked, failed seals, and leaking windows. The lack of accessibility, the ramp is too steep, it's not to code, and we don't have enough parking spaces for the code. And with the space issues, we don't have a teen area, the children's programming space is too small, and we don't have enough meetings. So, of all the previously listed items, the most critical things that need to be dealt with this year, we are proposing to tackle them and take care of the rest of the next few years. Replacing the HVAC system, which will remove the existing chilled water system and associated airside equipment. New state-of-the-art variable refrigerant system for simultaneous heating and cooling. And what that means is, right now, we have to call a technician to come in and turn on the heat or turn on the air conditioning. And once that's on, it's on. So if it's a hot day in October, the windows are open and everybody's sweating. If it's a cold day in June, the windows are closed, space heaters are out, and everybody's wearing sweaters. And this will allow us to be able to change it on our own and not have to pay someone to do it. There will be 26 zones of thermostatic control. That seems like a lot, but that will address every room in the building, so it will be a cost savings. The energy recovery ventilator is the most important thing. It will improve air quality, which, because we are in a pandemic, right now is something that everybody is focused on. We want the staff and the patrons to be safe. And there will be minor upgrades to the boiler unit to make it more energy efficient. With the electrical updates, we will upgrade the service to 600 amps. Claudia Lemaire was kind enough to explain that a little bit. We currently have a 400 amp system, and if we upgrade it to 600, it will allow for music acts to come in and use the additional power as required. We will be replacing the outdated and unsafe Federal Pacific panel that I already talked about. LED lighting will be replaced or added in the main area. One little side note, during the pandemic, we have not used the giant lights that are in the main area, and our electric bill has gone down by half. We will have parking lot lighting replacements that currently don't work properly. And we will replace the emergency lighting units, which is proposed. So here's a photo of what happens when we have a leak. We have a drop ceiling and the anchors fall away from the wedge drywall. And that's happened 4 times in the last few years. This picture is right above the computer area. You can see that the drop ceiling is low. Thankfully, no one was in the building at the time. That would have been quite a bigger issue had people been using the computers at that time. But we've had these leaks in the children's area, the circulation area, the reference area, and the computer area. This last photo, I'm sorry, my math is moving quite quickly. This last photo shows a little kiddie pool. That is not there for fun. That's to collect water and debris in the reference area. And as you can see, the staff continues to work during this time. So here's that electrical panel. This panel is the Federal Pacific panel. Parts are no longer available. The panels were deemed unsafe by a number of electricians, and Selectman Drill can probably attest to that. And that brown screwed-in plate is not supposed, but that's not made good. So how much will this cost? Well, we're asking for a bond of $995,000 to be paid over 10 years. The total cost for the work I just described is estimated to be around $1.29 million. But that number isn't set in stone. The budget is fluid at this point, and we are still in the process of finalizing the details. The trustees will cover any amount over $995,000 out of trust funds. We feel that it is important to contribute to the cost with money not funded by taxpayer money. Milestone Construction will be the construction manager. Carden Johnson will be the HVAC team, and Daniels Electric will do the electrical work. So here is a breakdown, a small breakdown of the budget. And I'll explain a little bit what they are. So the general requirements are the cost to run the project, which is equipment rental, labor, et cetera, et cetera. Demolition, rough carpentry, and finished carpentry are pretty explanatory, self-explanatory. Moisture protection is caulking and fixing the roof if there are leaks in there. Finishes is what it costs to clean everything up and make it pretty again. Mechanical and electrical is what it actually costs to do those 2 jobs. The bond is the insurance. The MEC fee is the cost that Milestone Engineering will get for doing this job. They aren't going to do this for free. And the contingency is 10% added on to cover anything that might arise during the project. It may or may not be spent depending on the building and what's uncovered during the project. So the goal of the trustees is to provide a safe and healthy environment for both the staff and for you, the patrons. The proposal is a step in the right direction, and we really hope the town will support this warrant article. While there is additional work to be done, this will address the most pressing issues. I'd like to thank the community, the Board of Selectmen, the Budget Advisory Committee, the CIP Committee for their support and guidance, and we look forward to a wonderful year as library year. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Budget advisory.
Which one are we?
Oh,
No, we already did it.
All right, with that, any questions? Mr. Clark?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, we do have a proposed amendment. May I read it?
Yes, please, and I'll make it the comment as well.
As Kathy pointed out, the total project price is going to be $1.29 million. So we would, in effect, have to change the warrant article to reflect that. So the first change is in the first line to change the amount from $995,000 to $1,290,000. Further on, just make sure I'm in the right place here. On the second line, after Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, we need to include the language with $295,000 coming from library trust funds. And then to change the amount to raise and, not to raise and appropriate, I should say, but to bond. So on the third line, trustees to issue and negotiate such bonds or notes in the amount of $995,000. That gets us our net amount that the board is, the trustees are looking for the library. And then on the last line, we need to change the estimated tax impact to $7.44. Thank you very much.
For now, here we go. Yeah, that's fine, as long as it's on, it just says $995,000 at the top. And then I have two questions before, do you want to make it part of that as well? It's just about the wording about 60% versus 3/5. Is that? No, that's fine.
Mr. Moderator? Mr. Moderator, just for clarification, I just want to make sure there wasn't, confusion. Were you under the understanding that the headline of the warrant would still read 995,000?
Yes, because it says a $995,000.
But that's not what they're proposing on the amendment. I believe they're proposing that would have to change. Correct? Paul's right here, he can probably answer that. I believe that's what's changing. I want to make sure that you agree to that. Yeah.
The amount to be bonded is $995,000.
Okay,
So the gross is the 1.29,
correct,
and then 295 coming from library trust funds.
correct. I just wanted to make sure that we were clear on the headline before she agreed. Okay.
Mr. Moderator, question in the back.
In the back, budget advisory, Pete.
All right, hold on for just 1 second. All right, so we're working on an amendment that changes the dollar amount and some language to reflect the actual event. Mr. Alderucci.
Question as to the amendment. Is this amendment been reviewed by legal counsel and/or DRA? And is it required so the DRA will approve the article?
Okay, I'll leave that. That's a good question to ask Mr. Deliberative or perhaps Mr. Gresham.
Yes, I had consulted with the DRA prior to this meeting, and I conferred with Attorney Drescher this morning.
Thank you for that. Mr. Tappan.
I understand, I think I understand everything that has been going on up to this point, except the change on the tax impact from 711 to 744. Okay, it's going to stay at 711 based on the 995 bond. What is the change from 711 to 744?
Thank you. Mr. Takis, we just used different interest rates in the formula, and we decided to go with the higher amount to be more conservative.
Well, that includes the interest rate?
That is correct.
Wonderful. You're listening to me.
I always listen to you.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Johnson.
I just did want to clarify, the reason for the amendment was to allow us to use our own funds. Otherwise, we would have been committed to only $995,000, so we would have to have eliminated a number of things. So the increase in the stated 1.29 is so we can use our own funds. That's it.
Very good, thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, so we're working on an amendment to warrant article 5, which increases the amount raised and appropriated to $1,290,000. Also inserts text that refers to the fact that $295,000 will come from library trust funds. And I can't read it.
And to raise the bonds back
And to bond $990,000, as well as changing the estimated tax impact to reflect the interest rates from $7.11 to $7.44. Any questions on the amended article?
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
I believe that you just said that they were to bond $990,000, and that I believe that's supposed to be $995,000.
Good. Good point. Thank you.
And one more correction. It shows that the library trustees don't recommend this article, and we don't not recommend it. So we need to say that the trustee recommends the article 7-0.
There's nothing in here now that says the library trustees recommend the article. And you're asking that it be included?
Right now, it's just 0-0.
Not the piece of paper I'm looking at, so. Oh, I see it, okay. I was looking at the bold text, sorry. Mr. Gresham, the language about the recommendations, does that require an amendment on the floor? I don't think it does.
I mean, it's not required. It's more or less a policy to put it in, as far as I know. But so if it needs to be corrected, it might have to be added into the amendment, nonetheless, if you want to keep it in there.
Okay. And the other thing is both the select board and BAC meet after this meeting today or tomorrow. Anyway, so it's got to change. This is advisory language to help inform the voters on the election. It's not the warrant article that is then used by the DRA. That's not relevant.
Correct.
Yeah. So, okay. So just make sure before the ballots are printed that they reflect the vote of the trustees. Okay, so with that, and noting that the bond is for $995,000, I will instruct the town clerk approve warrant Article 5 on the warrant as amended.
We have to vote on the amendment.
No.
We didn't vote.
I keep asking if anybody, no, I keep asking if anybody wants to. All those in favor of the amendment to warrant Article 5, please raise your hand. Thank you. Anyone opposed? All right, the amendment passes. Thank you, Mr. Daniels. All right, with that, I'll now, since there's no one else in line again, we'll instruct the town clerk to place warrant Article 5 on the warrant as amended. Now we move on to warrant Article 6. Mr. Grandi.
I'd like to make a motion to block reconsideration of Article 7.
Motion to restrict reconsideration of Article 5. Mr. Grandi, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? We have restricted reconsideration on Article 5. Next, we're going to cover the town operating budget, which is $15,664,508. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate and operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately? The amount set forth in the budget for the purposes set forth herein, totaling $15,664,508. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $15,507,826, which is the same as last year, with certain adjustments required by previous actions of the town or by law. While the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 44, 13, 10, and 16 to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. Mr. Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This 2021 operating budget is $402,813 more than last year's operating budget, for a 2.6% increase. The 2021 default budget is $236,077 more than last year's default budget, or a 1.5% increase. And the operating budget this year is $156,682 higher than the default budget. Major drivers in the operating budget are in the areas of employee benefits, police administration, DPW streets, wage increases, solid waste disposal, ambulance, information systems, assessing, fire department, buildings and health, town clerk, library, and finance. And I believe Mr. Shannon has a presentation.
Okay. Well, good morning. It's me again. So I'll try to get through this in a expeditious manner. I know nobody likes being read to, so I'll try not to do that. Can we have our slides put up? Chris? Chris, do we have this presentation for the? Oh, yes, sir. I understand. I want the presentation. Actually, I thought it would be up on the. If you can do it up there, that'd be probably faster. Anyway, good morning, everybody. So what we're going to cover here, what I'm going to cover here is the 21 operating budget, debt service, fund balance, the non-tax revenue, and then tax impact. So the chairman just went over the operating budget, which is at $15.664 million, which is a 2.6% increase. The last few years, my understanding, they've all been around 3.4%. At the suggestion of Selectman Labonte, when we, department heads, I came up with the first, one of the first ones we gave to them in the Budget Advisory Committee. He asked us to go back and comb through it again. We were able to come up with another $164,000 across the entirety of the town budget, things that we could, not necessarily we don't need, but we can wait, hold off on, and try in an attempt to be good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars, again, of which I am one, so I'm definitely interested in that. So some of the budget drivers include, so the chairman also mentioned statutory, legal things, contracts, drive what we have to pay, what goes over the default budget. So things a lot like are retirement rate increases. We have 2 union contracts that obviously are signed, so those increases are in there. Health insurance, solid waste disposal numbers, but obviously I think everybody here knows that we have a contract solid waste disposal, and those rates did go up. But also last year, a lot of people were doing a lot of home projects because we didn't have a lot of choice. So that number threw us off a bit. So we try to do it in a reasonable approach and take the last three or 4 years, maybe even 5, depending on what the subject is, average those out, and then use the other information we have to try to make educated guesses as to what we might spend on some. Some of them are just flat fees. I know what a police officer costs. I know how much a selectman with their reimbursement is. I know what mine, some things are static, some things aren't. So it did go up a bit. Like I said, 2.6% over last year's budget. Now, if you go to it's not doing anything. There he goes. Okay. Trying to catch.
Next one, John. Is your pie chart?
Yeah, that's what I'm going for. All right. Well. Anyway, I can, but I know this mic seems to work better than that one. That's why I was. Can you go click it? Yep. Go to the pie chart. The next one. Slide monkey. Pie chart. There you go. Okay.
There we go.
So there you have a breakdown of where our expenses are. So obviously our big expenses are right where you think to be. So emergency services, that includes 4 separate departments here in town. But they are, well, let me put it this way. There are 4 responders, 4 departments in town that consider first responders. However, in this case, we do break out DPW as their own. So the 42% wedge is obviously police, fire, ambulance, DPW second there, admin, insurance, debt service, recreation. So you can read the list. I don't want to belabor the point, but you just kind of see where your money's going. This is how it's broken up. If anybody has any questions during or afterwards, you can do a lot more specifics. I'm happy to get into those with you. So if you go to the next slide, please. So here's the actual dollar figures that go next to those percentages. I'll let y'all just take a look at them. That's where we get our 15.66 million for 2021 proposed operating budget. Again, some of them are you want to have any questions on that slide? Okay. Just questions at the end. All right. Next slide, please. So here's the debt service slide. So apologies. So here you can see that the long-term debt from 20 to 21 on the default budget. So it's down. Difference between two is $246,131. Third number down. You go below on that long-term debt for FY20, and you look at the debt for FY21 to principal long and term bond notes. The net change in those 2 numbers, so basically long-term debt was minus $118,250. Contractual and statutory expenditures that we have to make. So this is the big difference between these numbers would still go into the default budget. The way it stands right now is $389,000. So you can see where the default budget will still go up, but that's due to, again, union contracts with Teamsters, AFSCME, retirement increases, health insurance for town personnel and the like. So the next slide, please. The current municipal tax rate for the proposed budget is $5.78. The 2020 was $5.74, memory serves. So the municipal portion of the tax rate has decreased or remained level in each of the past 5 years. Non-tax revenue is projected about $6.2 million. The selectmen already have voted to use $644,000, which basically ended up being the surplus from 2020 to reduce the taxes. Net property assessment, again, is projected to increase by about 1.5% to $1.68 billion. If the 2021 proposed operating budget and all the warrant articles are approved, and we apply the 644 for the fund balance, the municipal tax rate would increase 5.4% to 6.099. Now, again, that's if everybody votes yes on everything. So that's the most you're going to pay. Next slide, please. So again, this gives a picture of how we budget here. So the goal is to budget as close as you can to 100% without leaving yourself a little bit of room for in case something happens. Now, we had that this past year is an excellent example of that. So you notice that all of a sudden in 2020, we were down to 96.7% saved. That's because back in March, I met with my department heads. We made a decision to hold off hiring certain positions, to hold off spending certain monies because we didn't have a good feel for what the town revenues were going to be. And we did not want to have to go back and ask for any money. So it was basically we tightened our belts where we could to save some money, and we did so. So that I would throw out the 2020 year just because it was a COVID year. Everybody knows that. It'll be an outlier. If you look at the years previous to that, that's a lot closer to what the town used to spend. So we're usually, as far as accuracy of our budget and how we spend it, right around 98.5% thereabouts. So the other 1.5% wiggle room there is just that, it's wiggle room. But that at the end of the time, just like the surplus this year, the $644,000, that was surplus we had this year from not only from the CARES Act money, that's federal money that we got to reimburse for COVID-related expenses and payroll expenses for our fire, ambulance, and police, but also the money we saved by the budget reductions, but steps we took early in March to reduce the town's spending. So that's where that $644,000 comes from, so those two sources. So that was already been voted on by the Board of Selectmen to return that to the taxpayers. So now if you get next slide, please, to the debt ratio. So the stated low debt, 28% of statutory allowed maximum. So the state of New Hampshire requires the town's debt ratio can't exceed 3% of its equalized valuation. So the maximum allowed debt is 48.4. Our current is 13.6, or it's about 0.8% of the equalized valuation. Next slide, please. So debt ratio. So the actual debt year of end for us here, 13.6 million. Debt increased 2.9 million from 19. Water utilities is 5.1. Town debt is 9.6. So that just gives you where that number comes from. So the projected additional debt, again, this is if everything is passed, right? Everything is passed is an extra 5.2, and then we'll lose 1.4 in debt payments. That'll take us up to where we currently sit right now at 13.6 to we're estimating about 17.4 at the end of 2021. Again, that is if everything is passed. So you have to, please do take that into consideration. So after the town vote and what some stuff will pass, some stuff won't, we'll have refined numbers for that. Can give you guys to let you know exactly what we're thinking it'll be then. But again, these are if everything passes, this is as much as it'll get to be. So the fund balance and non-taxable revenue on the next slide, please. So fund balance, steady growth in the fund balance from over the last 5 years. So we have about 4.96, I'll round that up, 4.97, I'm gonna round that up a little bit. 2020 year-end estimate, 10% of the town, school, and county net appropriation. Again, I've already mentioned the selectmen voted to reduce the fund balance from the $644,000. It was basically the surplus for the 2020 year. Projected balance at the end of fiscal year 21 is about 4.235 million, or 8.9%. The non-tax revenue was flat in 2020, which is not a surprise to us, again, with the COVID and not knowing what the state and federal was going to get. So, but that's good. Saying flat's better than we could have taken a hit, which is good. So projecting to 2021 revenue, we have downsized that a little bit due to a little bit of uncertainty. But like last year, when the COVID vaccine gets out and things start picking up, first quarter might be bad, second quarter half bad, and third and fourth could be more back to normal and help us. So again, these are educated guesses or educated proposals that we have with not in between us with DRA. We also speak with other towns to see how they're doing things, make sure we're not missing out on anything. So we were flat 26.2 is what we're looking, I think we're getting revenue this year from non-tax revenues. And non-tax revenues include anything from vehicle registrations, ambulance fees, rooms and mills allocation, and highway block grants, things of that nature. Now that, next slide, please. So that should have, say, questions on it. So if anybody has any questions, there we go. So that's, somebody fancied that one up. So if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. If they're for the group, great. If not, if you just want to catch me offline, I'm happy with that as well.
Here, do you want?
You need to get a.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patton.
Yes. The Milford Budget Committee supports this warrant article 70. Oh, I'm sorry. The Milford Budget Committee supports this warrant article 701. Speaking for the majority is Peg Seward.
This appropriation, this appropriation is for the operation of the town. Can you hear me? Okay. Not including appropriations by special warrant article or other appropriations voted separately. Basically, the Budget Committee feels, wait a minute. The municipal portion of the budget has been prudently managed. There is a surplus of approximately $350,000 from the 2020 budget, which the Board of Selectmen voted to return to the fund balance to offset taxes. The default budget is $156,682 less than the proposed budget. However, the BAC, or Budget Advisory Committee, does not support the default budget. However, we do feel that more work needs to be done to see where savings can be found. 2020 was the first full year that our town administrator and finance director both worked together to get familiar with Milford and our budget needs. The BAC looks forward to working with them to evaluate cost savings and possible new revenue sources in 2021.
Thank you for that. Chair recognizes Mr. LeBlanc.
For the minority, the minority does not support the 21 budget. Sorry about that. The minority does not support the 2021 proposed operating budget. The minority would like to see line items that are typically not spent either taken out or explained where they were used, and line items suggested to reflect that. The minority feels that the town budget could be more carefully reviewed and analyzed to be certain we're being fiscally responsible with taxpayer money.
Thank you for that. Mr. Fleckie?
On that last slide, you covered it. So, Mr. Shannon, just a quick clarification. I think on there it said move 644,000 from the fund excess, and then there's an additional 700,000, right, in Article 3 that's moved out of the fund balance. So total out of the fund is 1.34 million. Is that correct?
If warrant Article 3 passes,
Yeah, if it passes,
Yep,
correct.
that's correct.
And then also on there, it reflected the fund balance at the end of this year. I assume that does not, does that include the 700,000 or not?
It does not, and that's why Chairman Daniels had motioned back in Article 3 that 8.9% would go down to 7.5.
All right, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just real quick, if I may.
Mr. Shannon?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. So and the Budget Advisory Committee can comment on back. So just so everybody understands the process that I wanted to use, just talking with Mr. Pank and some other ones in our select board. So the finance director and myself sat down in July to start putting this budget together. And then we met with each department head at that time to go over their piece of the budget. And I want to say, Mr. Pank, you correct me if I'm wrong, you had the budget late September, early October?
Second week of September.
Second week of September, we gave the operating budget to both our board, the board of selectmen, and to the Budget Advisory Committee to start going through it. Now, my understanding in the past, that's not happened in as timely a fashion. So There's been 3 months of us going through it. Mr. Pank's group been having meetings every week to go through this. So it has been gone through. We're more than happy to keep going back through it. Like I said, Selectman Monte asked us just a couple weeks ago, hey, go find us some more money. I think you can. And we did. He was right. We found another $164,000 to pull back out of the operating budget. So we have no problem doing that. And I know I think it was Miss Peggy that just asked to do the same thing again. Happy to do it. But like I said, this budget's been out there. I think we made it. When did we make it public?
Just before the meeting.
Yeah. So it's also been shared on the town website. So I just want to make sure that's sort of my plan for going forward. I know it's been a little bit different in the past, but the sooner we get it out, when people will start looking and have at least a good solid quarter of the fiscal year left to go over it, it only helps us to get questions answered and find things that we might not find, or if we're rushed. So everybody that we've dealt with in this process, so I want to say thank you for that. And that's the intention. That's my intention of how it's going to keep working, is to get it to you as soon as possible. So September, so we have a good 3 to 4 months to go through it, make sure we're doing everything right for the people here.
Thank you for that. Mr. Chairman.
I have 2 questions. Hello? Okay. I have 2 questions. First of all, were there any bond expirations this year?
Yes, one of our fire trucks, we finished the bond payment on.
That was the only one? Okay.
Yes.
And I know you went over this, but I didn't quite get it. You were talking about the $644,000, what made up the $644,000 fund balance, and I didn't get part of that. Could you
It was actually the surplus identified this year. Part of it was from the CARES Act money that the town of Milford was allocated from the state funding that they received from the federal government. We were able to end up with some surplus from that, because a lot of those items that we allocated because of COVID were actually already covered in our budget. So that created a surplus.
So just the one item? I thought you had 2 items.
Yes, sir. So out of that 644, so from the federal government, from the CARES Act that was passed back, I want to say in April, the town, it was done by the money was given to the states. The states determined how it was dished out. So we were eligible, the town of Milford, for $374,499. $299, I apologize. $374,000 of federal aid, of which we received all of it. Because at one point they changed the rules to how you can reimburse. They decided down the road that we could submit for reimbursal for payroll expenses for police, fire, and ambulance, which we did. So that's that money. That money was already in the budget, obviously, because we pay our firefighters and our police officers, so that's basically at $300,000 of found money, right? This 1 year because of that particular act. Now the other half of that surplus from this year, of the 644, was from our I'll call it budget tightening that we decided that we went to in March to try to hold back on things because we didn't know what our revenues were going to look like, and we didn't want to put a town in a bad spot. So we have a higher than usual surplus this year because of the CARES Act money, and also because of the cost reductions we made in not hiring some personnel. The swimming pool wasn't opened for the full summer, things of that nature.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Moderator.
Yes, Mr. Lamont.
I just want to make 2 points just so the public has a perception of it. In the budget itself, the statements in there as far as it's only a 5.4% increase on the budget if all the warrant articles pass. I think voters just need to keep in mind there's 2 warrant articles in there at least that will have no tax impact in 2021, one of them being Article 3. So that $700,000 out of the fund balance, and yes, will be less that they have to bond on it. But due to my lack of doing it in time, what my original intent was to apply that $700,000 to the budget, which actually would have lowered the budget to be actually 7% lower than that. It would have been 1.7% below last year's budget.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to change Article 3.
Reference Article 3, I'm not allowing anything to go back on Article 3. That's talking about his intent before the motion, discussion was called earlier.
Just the point I was trying to make is, as far as the 5.4%, I just wanted voters to understand that that doesn't include the tax impact. There is no tax impact in 21. 22 is when it will hit the rolls, but that will be decided at this March's voting. I just want to make sure that voters were clear on that.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The operating budget is what it is. I believe it contains those things that we need going forward. What I wanted to do is have a discussion about the default budget, though. And I don't know, let me see if, could I get screen sharing authorization?
I should be able to do that. All right, sir, you should have it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the default budget, the calculation of the default budget is statutory. So it says that it means the amount of the same appropriations as contained in the operating budget authorized for the previous year, reduced and increased as the case may be by debt service, contracts, and other obligations previously incurred or mandated by law, and reduced by one-time expenditures contained in the operating budget and by salaries and benefits of position that may have been eliminated in the budget. In the presentation of the operating budget, you heard the town administrator say that, I'll take one example, the disposal increases. The route there is $85,027. And he explained that that figure was the 3-year average. But there's nothing in that definition that says that. In fact, last year, the disposal in the budget was $74,458. But in calculating the default budget this year, we take in consideration the contracts. Now, we had 2 contracts, one for solid waste, which went up $5 from last year, and the one for demo went up $3 from last year. When I take the tonnage and multiply that out, we actually come up with $19,999 as an increase that should be allowed in the default budget over last year's cost. That's the contractual part of it. So I'm contending that saying that the 85,000 that you have in the default budget should not be there. It's inappropriately put there because it's not using the statutory language to figure it out. And that so that one there should be around $20,000 as opposed to 85,000. When you go to the health and retirement increases, the proposed under the default budget has been identified as $176,500. But yet when I look at the budget, the health is up $54,346. Retirement is up $91,404, a total of $145,750, which is $30,750 more than the statutory language should allow. Also look at budget. There's one in the under the default budget correction for radios. This was in the fire department. Increase in the default budget identified as $17,000. Last year, their budget for this item was $300. So I contend again that there are $16,700 more in the default budget that should be than there should be. Also, in the audit requirements, it's up $38,250 under the default adjustment. But when you look at the audit, and I understand the purpose of of the audits because we get enough in CARES money that it requires an additional audit, but that's identified in the budget as at $11,500. So there's a $26,750 difference in those items. And then the final one I want to just talk about is elections, which they've got the default budget up $27,000 in adjustment. If you figure out the budget, it says $41,000. So all these differentials in there, I'm not saying that it's something devious, but I think what has happened is that places like Revenue Administration and others have said that the default budget consists of those items that are essential to run the town. The word essential is nowhere in the definition of default budget. You've got that language before you. I mean, as an example, you could have Public Works say, we need 5 more people in order to do the work. That's essential for us. But if they didn't have those 5 people last year, it is not allowed. You as the public have not voted on those things. So my proposal would be that we need to lower the default budget, and I'll just round it off and say by $150,000. In my quick calculations on just those items I talked about, it's $153,000. I don't know, because I haven't had the chance to go through all of it, but those are the ones that stuck out. It came to me as we were going through this, and the first look at the default budget was up 3.4%. It's extremely high compared to what the definition would allow. So what I'm going to do is to move that we lower the default budget figure by $150,000.
Mr. Moderator? Yeah, second.
Yes.
Mr. Moderator, the Attorney Drescher has,
Yeah, hold on a second. I'm hearing voices, but I can't tell who's speaking. I understand that Daniel says he'd like to amend the amount of the default budget in Article 6. Mr. Drescher.
I'm not entirely sure that can be done. I mean, the number is set by statute. It's whatever it was the year before. Obviously, there's discretion where you can, with the default budget, you can move that money around and have play with the line items after the fact. But that's always been my understanding.
Yeah, I think this motion is out of order. The default budget is defined by the governing body. It's actually right up on the screen at the bottom of that paragraph, which in this case is the Board of Selectmen. So it's set by the Board of Selectmen. It's not allowed to be modified by this body.
I concur with that.
I understand that. I was looking at Daniel's intent. The motion to move, to change the default budget number that's in the Article 6 is on the order and cannot be passed by this board.
So, question?
Yes, Mr. Daniel.
So maybe this is for Mr. Drescher. Could the governing body vote a new figure of the default budget once we meet after this?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, thank you.
There must be a deadline for which is that can happen only because the warrant has to be made into a ballot.
That's why we meet after this.
Okay. Other values or another amendment to, oh, yes. Next thing to the speaker. Yes, we can write that.
Oh, go ahead, yeah.
I want to make a motion to amend the very last portion of the warrant article relates to the tax impacts. The new language is this article has an estimated tax increase of $0.057 per $1,000 of assessed valuation more than in 2020, or a final tax amount of $5.63 per $1,000 of assessed valuation. No.
Second.
Are there any questions on the amendment or the operating budget in general?
I believe that should be 563 for 100,000.
Not 1,000.
For 100.
Yeah, for 100,000. Check that out again.
Because if it's 563 for 1,000, I'm leaving town.
It's, the way it's worded, it's $5.63 per $1,000 of assessed valuation. If you wanted to refer to 100,000, it would be $563.
The next slide is wrong.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Moderator, may I?
Yes, thank you. Selectman Dargy had proposed this language to make it a little bit more understandable. It is, we had been reflecting the amount over the previous years, so that's why he decided to move forward with this amendment.
Part of the situation here is that all the other articles refer to an assessed valuation of $100,000. Now we would change that to an assessed valuation for $1,000 assessed valuation. I mean, literally, the math is correct, but what the voter going to see on the ballot is the change that I shouldn't be into that. I should be into that. Yes, please.
Lynn Coakley, Nashua Street. My understanding is that this information is, this line is informative only and does not need to be voted on, is not technically part of the warrant article, and therefore not necessary to have a conversation or a vote by this body. Is that true?
That's essentially true. But I think what the reason we've been doing this is probably to make it very clear to not only people here, but also people at home, that some of the estimates that were derived earlier in the process, before the day, have changed. So, for example, on that, for 19, so that's why I think it's so certain to have that clarification, conversation, the language of the warrant article does not necessarily, we don't have to vote on all the stuff we're voting on.
So is Mr. Dargy's intent to leave that last line? Is Mr. Dargy's intent to leave that last line? I find it to be, it's going to be confusing for the voters. We are changing the format of what generally is one of the last things listed on each warrant article. It's not that it's untrue, it's just it's going to be confusing.
Move your left thumb.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? No. If you wanted to make it consistent, the number of $5.63 should be changed to $563 per $100,000.
I understand what you're saying, but what is your intent with that last statement? You've already indicated 0.057 per 1,000 increase. What is your intent with that last statement? Because I think it doesn't match with everything else, and I think they're going to see that number, and I think voters in general are going to misunderstand what your intent is.
The way it's worded now is incorrect. It shows $5.63 per $100,000 of valuation. It's really $563 per 100,000. It's the way it's currently worded, it's mixing two different things incorrectly.
So we've never listed that last statement before in all the 10 years I've been doing this. So I guess I'm trying to understand why we're adding it now.
I'm just trying to get it correct.
That's why people have disagree, and they don't have to support the but I just want to make sure that we're 100% clear that the tax impact of the town operating budget proposal is $563,000, $563 for $100,000 of assessed valuation, or more than $1,000 for a house that's assessed at $200,000 and so forth. Right. Okay. Mr. Daniels.
Yeah, thank you. And I understand it's a little bit confusing, but just as a reference, if you look at warrant Article 11, which has $50,000, and it says the article has an estimated tax impact of $2.98 on an assessed valuation of $100,000. If you then go back and look at the operating budget at $5.63, that doesn't make sense, where one is $50,000 and is half of what this is at $15 million. So Mr. Dargy is correct that it would be $563 on 100,000. If someone had a $300,000 house, they would multiply that by 3.
And to be fair, I'm not debating the correctness of it. I'm debating the confusion it's going to cause. That's all.
Thank you.
Tina Philbrick, 111 Cortland Road. It is correct if you look at the, it is correct because we don't say that it is, let me just look at it. We say it's an impact of $5.63 over the 2000 budget. We have never, since I've been here, put that it's 573,000 over, per assessed value. I said, this is, for me, this is very frustrating because you guys have had this information for months and you are continuously making changes that are confusing the taxpayers, including myself.
Mr. Moderator. I'm going to go ahead and I agree with what Tina just said. I believe in all the history that when I've been voting, is that when you're discussing at the bottom about the additional assessed valuation on a tax payment, it's on the above and beyond where you were last year. So Tina's correct when it says over the 2020 budget. The wording states there, if anything, you could change and add the word increase over last year's payment. But I don't think that you should, in consistency throughout the whole voting process, I think it should always be stated the same way on every article.
Joan Dargy, Prospect Street. It is on all of the previous year's ballots. It's always been the difference from the year before. So how much is this budget going to increase your taxes from last year's budget? So Tina's correct, it's the difference. So they've never put on the full, the school one, that's going to look insane.
All right, any other questions?
Okay, in pure English, how much is the assessed valuation going to be in actual dollars and cents per $100,000? Is it going to be $5.63 or is it going to be $563? What is my increase going to actually be?
Can I just speak for 1 second?
Chris?
It's going to be $5.63 over last year's.
Per 100,000.
Okay, so-
Per 100,000.
Right, so $300,000 house, if I pass this budget, it's going to be $15.
Correct.
Thank you.
That's all I was going to go with, was the same thing as what he just said, meaning keeping it uniform amongst all.
Any Any other questions or comments? I'll call the question then. All those in favor of the amendment that changes the language at the last sentence to, this article has an estimated tax increase of $0.57 per $1,000 of assessed valuation more than in 2020, or a final tax amount of $5.63 per $1,000 of assessed valuation. All those in favor, raise your card. Anyone opposed? Amendment fails. Any other questions on the operating budget? All right, with that, I'll ask the clerk to put warrant article 6, town operating budget, on the warrant as originally worded.
Mr. Moderator? Mr. Moderator? Could I please move to restrict reconsideration on Articles 3 and 4?
Three's already been
I'm
done.
sorry. My mistake, 4 and 5.
4 and 6.
5 and 6. 5 and 6.
4, 5, 6.
So moved.
4 and 6.
Motion to restrict consideration of Articles 4 and 6, which is a good thing, because I think break for lunch. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration of Articles 4 and 6, raise your hand. Anyone opposed? All right, we've restricted reconsideration of Articles 4 and 6.
Mr. Moderator? Mr. Moderator, have we restricted reconsideration on Article 3?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Drescher didn't have that, my mistake.
All right, we're going to take a recess. It's now 12:30. We'll reconvene at 1 o'clock promptly. And if you have one meal, someone outside will be. Thank you.
No, I'm not. Why? Why would I? Why would I?
I'm glad you're here. I'm glad I'm here. Because you're like me.
Wow.
You and I are learning together as we go. Exactly.
Wow.
Everything's a learning today.
Yep. Yep.
I know, right? You would ask us. I missed my yeah. That's it. I would have sat there all day. Tina, you're trying to get me fat? I just had a election.
I'm still surprised that like Rick Wood and Dave Wilson, I'm surprised they didn't run.
Thank you.
Yep. I mean, he's wanted to be on it. This would have been pretty much a shoo-in.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, she dropped out too. What is this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'm calling the meeting back to order. It's 1:05. And we're about to take up Article 7, which has to do with the wastewater department operating budget. Article 7, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $2,288,406 to operate and maintain the wastewater treatment facility and the sanitary sewer collection system, said appropriation to be offset by income received from wastewater user charges, or take any other action relative thereto. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $2,218,206, which is the same as last year, with certain adjustments required by previous actions of the town or by law. Or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:1310 and 16 to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. Mr. Daniels.
For the water commissioners.
Do you mind using that one?
Thank you. Well, much better.
Gordon.
This overall wastewater budget, $2,288,406, increased from last year by 14.4%. Wastewater budget is funded solely by user fees. Preparation of this budget includes expected increases in operating costs and debt services, expected annual salary and benefit costs, to
sewer department portion of our administration building roof replacement and HVAC improvements. The HVAC improvements are estimated at $109,000. I can take any questions at this point.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell?
Yes. The Budget Committee supports this warrant article 8-0, and Vanessa will be reading the majority.
The operating budget. The operating budget is funded by sewer user fees. This funding provides for the operations and maintenance of the wastewater treatment facility and the sewer collection system, serving approximately 3,400 customers.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments about the wastewater department operating budget? There are none, so I'll instruct the town clerk to place Article 7 on the ballot as originally worded. Warrant Article 8, the water department operating budget. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,589,652 to operate and maintain the water department? Said appropriation to be offset by income received from the water user charges, or take any other action relative thereto. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $1,548,984, which is the same as last year, with certain adjustments required by previous actions of the town or by law. Or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 44-13, Act 10 and 16 to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. Mr. Stetson.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The operating budget for the water department, we're looking for a budget of $1,589,652. This is an increase by 2.6% from last year's budget. This budget is funded solely by user fees. Preparation of this budget includes expected increases in operating costs and debt service, expected annual salary and benefits increases, Pennachuck water purchase increase of about 25% for the anticipated use in 2021, meter rebuild supplies for state requirements, water system water conservation program, that's a meter replacement program, and meter purchases for new construction is anticipated next year. I can take any questions.
All right, thank you. Ms. Mitchell.
Yes, the Budget Committee supports this article 8-0 and will be read by Vanessa.
The operating budget is funded by water user fees. This funding provides for the operation and maintenance. The operating budget is funded by water user fees. This funding provides for the operations and maintenance of the water system, serving approximately 2,915 customers.
Thank you. Any discussion on warrant Article 8? All right. There is none, so I'll instruct the town clerk to place warrant Article 8 on the ballot as originally worded. Okay, we're on to warrant Article 9, reconstruction of town roads. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $400,000 to reconstruct roads as detailed using cartographic data by the Department of Public Works? Mr. Daniels.
Mr. Dargic? Yeah. Thank you. For many years, the town funded road repairs at a little over $300,000 per year to match what we receive from the state for road repair funding. This level of funding is nowhere near what is needed to properly maintain the roads in town, and the condition of our roads has continued to decline each year due to this low level of spending, resulting in very poor roads. Recognizing this fact, 4 years ago, we borrowed $2 million on a bond to increase our road repair activity to try to get ahead somewhat on our average road condition level. This bonded money was spent at about $650,000 per year for 3 years to supplement the normal funding, resulting in average road spending of almost $1 million a year for those 3 years. Last year, we wanted to continue this increased spending level. It was done without bonding by raising and appropriating an additional $400,000 to get to a spending level of a little over $700,000 a year, which was a bit less than the previous 3 years, but well ahead of the old level of spending that was seriously deficient. This increased spending level for the last 4 years has helped to improve our average road conditions, but we still have a long way to go before we get to an acceptable level of repair. We want to continue with this increased level of repair this year by duplicating the extra $400,000 that was approved last year. There are many candidate sections of roads needing repairs, and the exact sections to be repaired will be chosen in the late spring of 2021 when the winter damage can be assessed.
Mr. Moderator, thank you. My minority report, while not denying that the roads need to continue to be repaired, the minority felt that this additional $400,000 would place too much of a tax burden on residents in the same year that the board was asking for $2.4 million to fix our emergency communication dispatch problems. Which was identified as our highest priority. This article alone would add over $23 to your taxes for a $100,000 house. There is already $300,000 in the operating budget to continue to repair the worst roads as identified by Cartograph. This year, concentration should be on fixing our emergency communications with reconstruction of town roads secondary to that initiative. Thank you.
Welcome, thank you. Ms. Mitchell.
The Budget Advisory Committee supports this article 8-0. Will be read by Wade Campbell.
The Budget Advisory Committee majority supports this warrant for the importance of road upkeep that is crucial to our town's infrastructure and safety. The need to repair and reconstruct roads is an ongoing process.
All right, thank you. Any questions or other discussion? Mr. Daniels.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to move an amount of 0 on this article.
Is there a second for that? I don't see a second.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Discussion? Mr. Courage.
Do we have a road program for 221? And if so, could we hear it?
A reasonable request.
Ricky's over
there. Don't have one yet?
I don't think they can hear him at home.
Yeah. Mr. Rindo, if you use the mic, please.
We don't have a firm plan right now. Doesn't usually wait till late in the spring to find out how the winter goes.
All right, thank you. All right, any other discussion? There is none. So with that, I'll instruct the town clerk to place warrant Article 9 on the ballot as originally worded. We'll move on to warrant Article 10, which has to do with a fire rescue truck number 1 replacement and a 7-year lease purchase. Shall the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to enter into a 7-year lease purchase agreement in the amount of $689,700 for the lease purchasing of a fire rescue truck with appropriate equipment for fire department operation. It will replace the current 1987 E1 rescue truck, and to raise and appropriate $100,000 from the Fire Apparatus Replacement Capital Reserve Fund as a down payment to reduce the lease purchase price. Furthermore, to raise and appropriate $86,214 for the first year's payment for this purchase. Mr. Daniels.
And
It's me.
Paul?
Thank you. Rescue number one is the fire department's heavy rescue unit, which carries vehicle extraction equipment and other technical rescue equipment used on a regular basis. This vehicle responds to all motor vehicle accidents, hazardous material incidents, and water and technical rescues. It's over 30 years old in marginal condition and does not have current safety features that are important. The replacement vehicle will also be equipped with a pumper, allowing a single vehicle to respond to incidents instead of the current situation of having both a pumper unit and a rescue unit responding together to many incidents. This will allow for considerable manpower savings over the coming years.
All right, thank you. Ms. Mitchell?
Yes. The Budget Committee supports this warrant article 8-0, will be read by Wade Campbell.
The current rescue truck is a 1987 E1 Rescue, which is currently 34 years old as of 2021. The life cycle of the average rescue truck is 25 years. Rescue number one, responds to most accidents, hazardous material incidences, water and technical rescues. Currently, the fire department dispatches both rescue and and an engine to all vehicle accidents with injury or unknown injuries. The new rescue will be a Class A rescue. Excuse me, this microphone's a pain. I lost my place. Let's see. All right, the new rescue will be a Class A pumper rescue. By combining the engine and rescue, the department will reduce the need for two pieces being on the same scene, thus tying up resources. It should be reduced. It should also reduce the maintenance budget. Currently, the department has spent about $14,000 on engine 3 in the past 2 years. As a result of purchasing this new piece, we're not taking away any apparatus. We are enhancing the fleet by adding a rescue pumper.
All right, thank you for that. Any other questions, comments? Chief Flaherty? Presentation?
Quick presentation on rescue. People understand the fire trucks. Next slide, please. So you can see this truck on the road, and basically it's an emergency body truck that houses all of our tools and equipment. We have express, we have equipment, we have hydro equipment, high-end equipment, things like that. Notice the rear seat arrangement is a bench seat that faces sideways and then reflect the back, with the back legs. So you're going to avoid vehicle accident. There is no connecting screen. Also, notice the picture is no direct contact with the officer that right in front of you in direct contact. Basically, what we do is mention the seatbelt. There is no fire alarm. It is single purpose use. Currently, it has no ISO rating. Value is the rating. Currently, our ISO rating is certified itself is green by the high equipment outside the high. So, we're wondering what you do to achieve that. We achieved that about 10 years ago with the purpose of so what we're trying to enhance is by the purpose of the rescue, so that it carries, like you just said, all the equipment that you said. One of the more vehicle accidents with our engine 3. Currently, right now, it's single use, as you said. So when you re-roll it up behind our rescue truck, it supplies all the manpower and firefighting aspects of the rescue. If you have a vehicle accident, you need to a hand line to protect the firefighting administration. So, two trucks with the proposal of the new rescue / pumper, you're looking at to help on the road. And it had to have a second use. Pictures of just the truck and how transit is. And see what you use the gas GMC with the body. So the new truck, custom chats, the same response, all the firefighters are the same chat, so communication is key. All 6 men are in that 4 minutes, are the same chat, so the communication back up, who you want, communicated. Go those and everything, or audible, handle systems such as, mission control, emergency, and waves, traffic control, things of that nature that is not in the current stuff. So that when the weather is coming, we have that. I also feel this is flexibility, like I said, if the door has a fire pump and tank on it, they tend to use the firefighting activity. We have secondary piece out, which is 4 pieces. And no value for ISO rating. Will it bring our numbers down? Probably not, but will it help keep us in the same number? Absolutely. Our user and audit this year or next year, so anything that we add, the ripples of the ISO is the transparency rating, that's what rates your fire turn to your home. So the lower the number, the less expense you pay, the higher the number, the more you pay. So if we bump up to a 4, and that it could increase maybe all in here. Stay the same, whatever you're saying now. They only care about structure fire. They don't care about any other pieces. So fire truck that has water and hose on it. So this would be a conceptual drawing of one, so it looks more like a fire truck. Inside it, you can't see it is the water tank and hose. Everything else, it was still all the apparatus, all the equipment, truck on there, and then some there. Factory stuff. So discuss in that for the type of factory numbers or pushing trips.
Mr. Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
The Budget Committee notation says that we are not taking away any apparatus. Are you adding to the fleet, or is this being traded, the current one being traded in?
We would look at trading in some of the other assets.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Labonte.
The budget advisory also mentioned the fact of reduced maintenance. You're saying reduced maintenance on, does it ever become practical to get rid of an engine and a rescue? Meaning?
In the ISO rating right now, we get points for our engine 4, which is our repair and increase that way. One that we consider getting rid of. The value to keep that truck, because in the event that one other piece goes down, we have a right back to service, and we don't impact any of the response time.
Okay, and the other question I had is the fact of getting rid of the rescue, do you have any idea what the value is?
I do not, yeah. The current, I looked online on one of the websites, is $2,000 for the box. We can try to sell it outright and do some attachments to the white truck. I would keep it separated.
Okay.
Mr. Daniels.
One further question. Since this new vehicle is going to be larger than the current rescue truck, did you have a place to house this?
Yeah, when the record is 3 years ago, it's a trading station. It's all sized and currently the engine is configured longer than how long our engine is right now.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? No, I guess we're good, thank you. All right, so with that, we'll put warrant Article 10 on the warrant as originally worded.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, Mr. Daniels.
I'd like to move to restrict reconsiderations on Articles 7 through 10.
That's seconded.
Second.
All right, we're moving to prohibit reconsideration of Articles 7, 8, 9, and 10. All those in favor, raise your card. Anyone opposed? All right, we've restricted reconsideration. We're now on to warrant Article 11, the Wadley Library Maintenance and Upkeep Capital Reserve. Shall the town vote to establish a library maintenance and upkeep capital reserve fund under the provisions of RSA 35:1 for the purpose of future library building repairs, renovations, improvements for the benefit of the town, to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 to be placed in this fund and to appoint the library trustees as agents to expend from this fund.
Selectman Friel?
Over recent years, with the uncertainty of whether the town would support a renovation and or addition to the library, the Wadley Library Board of Directors had foregone major renovations and infrastructure upkeep that the aging structure is in need of. It is a position of the select board that it is a good idea to fund this account and start saving for maintenance and upkeep items that will need to be completed in the future years.
Thank you for that. Ms. Mitchell?
Yes, the budget advisory, how do I say? It's split 4-4, support and recommend. We don't have a 9-person committee this year. And the majority will be read by Claudia.
The supporting members of the Budget Advisory Committee feel this newly established fund would begin the process of setting aside money for future major repairs and renovations. These set-aside funds will help to build a savings account for ongoing big-ticket building maintenance items. Given the current situation the library faces with much-needed overdue repairs, this will give the library a way to save over time instead of needing to ask for a large sum, which may burden the taxpayers. Since this is a new fund, the current balance is $0.
Thank you.
And for the minority, the non-supportive voting members of the Budget Advisory Committee, 4 of them, feel that this is not the year to ask for funding into a new capital reserve fund for the library when they are also asking for a large bond issue from the taxpayers for much-needed repairs. COVID has caused a great deal of financial hardship, along with this year being a reassessment year for homes and businesses. And these Budget Committee members feel this is not the year to ask for these monies.
All right, thank you. Yes, Ms. Ferranti?
This article is to establish a fund, to establish and fund a capital reserve fund for the library, which is the only large fund department of that. A starting point of $50,000 to build a base for funds to finance any future library repairs or renovations, and thus relying less on large requests for the same in the future. The trustees are mindful that we also have another request before the town. This fund is not for immediate use. We hope the residents of Milford will understand this. This is to ensure the continuing safety of staff and users who utilize it.
All right, thank you. Any other conversation, Mr. Takacs?
I have only one thing to say about this capital reserve fund. I've said many, many, many years. I don't approve of these capital reserve funds. If we need the money, to spend it. $50,000 for a reserve fund sounds like an awful lot. Most of these other reserve funds are $20,000, $25,000. This is double that. I just think it's way too much. I don't expect anybody to change their vote or anything else. I just wanted to mention anybody who's watching this. You're doing the voting booth to think about $50,000 is a lot for a reserve fund. That's the way that we actually need to spend the money. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Ferranti?
I just wanted to explain to Mr. Tackett, we originally asked for $150,000, so the Board of Selectmen reduced it to $50,000, which we are okay with. We are starting from zero.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or discussion? There is none, so with that, I'll instruct the town clerk to place warrant article 11 on the ballot as originally worded. We're on to warrant article 12, the Public Works Snowplow Unit 5-year lease purchase. Shall the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to enter into a 5-year lease purchase agreement, subject to a fiscal funding clause that will protect the town in the event of non-appropriation, for the purpose of lease purchasing a 6-wheel snowplow unit dump truck with the appropriate equipment for highway department operation. It will replace the 2002 International Plow Dump Unit. And to raise and appropriate the sum of $42,530 for the first year's payment for this purpose. The total purchase price of the vehicle is $180,000. Mr. Daniels.
Ms. Duziak.
Thank you. The Board of Selectmen unanimously support warrant Article 12. Approval of this article would allow for the replacement of the 2002 International Plow Dump Truck Unit, a frontline snowplow unit used to maintain and promote public traveling on 89.33 miles of roadway. This truck has required substantial repairs over the life of the vehicle exceeding $67,000. History establishes that maintenance costs increased to 66.51% in years 5 through 10 and increased by another 36.39% in years 10 through 15. According to the National Fleet Replacement Guidelines, this vehicle is in immediate need of replacement.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell.
The Budget Committee supports this warrant article 8-0. As the town of Milford continues to grow and the Board of Selectmen approves new developments and roads, it is of vital importance that the town maintains proper DPW equipment. As indicated in the wording of the article, this is a truck unit to replace the 18-year-old International Truck Plow Dump Unit. When purchased, this truck will be equipped with a plow and integrated sanding unit. The old unit will either be traded or sold depending on how the town can get the most money for the old truck.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Labonte.
I got a question, Mr. Moderator. Maybe the rest of my board can help me out with this. I thought there was a motion made. I understand that it says a six-wheel dump truck inside, but in the title, I believe there was a motion that was made to have the title say six-wheel plow unit. I'm just curious. Meaning it's not reflected on this. That's why I'm asking.
Is it the 180 one though, right?
Excuse me?
One that went from 200 to 180?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, it did say six wheel. That's correct.
No, but it does not in the title. That was
That
in.
was agreed to though, yes.
Okay, so I guess I don't know. Go ahead, Tina. Tina can probably answer this.
The motion was made to put six-wheel dump truck in the language of the warrant article and not in the title of the warrant article.
I believe when I did it, I did for the title and the language down below.
Oh, I thought it was just for the language. I thought it was just in the body of the language.
Well, and for what it's worth, we don't have to make the decision on the headline here. It's really up to the board and the administration to do that. And, since it is not just a snowplow, but also a dump truck, having the phrase, at least dump truck, I don't care about the number of wheels. You might want to think about at least that dump truck in the headline.
Like I said, Mr. Moderator, I think the original motion was for both lines, that the heading and the body to say six wheel.
And I'm sure you can go back to the minutes.
Thank you.
and all that, yeah.
Thank you.
At any rate, any other conversation on warrant article 12? Yes, sir. Mr. Labonte.
Disagree with you, the amount of wheels.
Oh, well,
A six-wheel or a 10-wheel.
okay, there you go.
The maximum, 180,000 spent on this truck.
All right, point taken. Thank you for that. All right, any other discussion? All right, there is none. So we'll put warrant article 12 on the warrant as originally worded. Okay, now we run to warrant article 13, social services. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $40,000 for the purpose of providing funding to social service agencies for Milford residents as proposed by the Social Services Committee and submitted to the Board of Selectmen? Mr. Daniels.
Selectwoman Duziak.
The Board of Selectmen unanimously support warrant Article 13. Presently, there are 12 agencies that provide assistance to Milford residents. The services offered by these organizations provide an invaluable benefit to Milford residents in need, thus reducing the amount the town of Milford spends on welfare to qualifying residents.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell.
Budget Advisory Committee supports this article 8-0. Claudia?
In these economic times, our citizens continue to need assistance. The funds are allocated to 12 different agencies that provide various resources to our citizens. Without these resources, the overall burden would likely increase the excess of the amount requested.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments? No further discussion, so I'll ask the town clerk to place warrant Article 13 on the ballot as originally worded. We're on to warrant Article 14, Information Technology Infrastructure Capital Reserve. Shall the town vote to establish a capital reserve fund under the provisions of RSA 31-1 for the purpose of improvements to the town's information systems, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $40,000 to be placed in this fund, and to appropriate the board, to appoint the Board of Selectmen as agents to expend from this fund. Mr. Daniels.
Selectman Friel. Our IT department is the lifeline to all of our town departments. It has become even more important for our IT department to keep up with the demands of additional internet communications among not only our town administration, boards, and individual departments, but also with Milford townspeople. This article would fund the account for the first time and allow us to begin saving for future hardware and software upgrades necessary to keep Milford connected in the future.
Minority report with Mr. Dargy.
Mr. Dargy.
Thank you. The minority does not support this warrant article because there are many costly items on the warrant this year, and some of the capital reserve funding items, such as this one, are of a lower priority and therefore can be skipped for this year. The purpose of this new capital reserve fund is to have money available if there's an unexpected failure of information technology, hardware, or software requiring replacement or repair. If such an event occurs this year, then we would just follow the long-standing practice of finding the money in the existing budget to fill the unexpected need.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell.
The Budget Advisory Committee supports this warrant article 8-0, read by George Hughes.
The IT infrastructure in the town is a critical part of how the town operates, both internally for the employees and externally for the residents. The capital reserve fund would be used for the purpose of upgrading or replacing existing hardware, such as servers, SAN data storage, network switches, fiber connections between the town buildings, the phone system, as well as major software upgrades such as server operating systems, Microsoft Office, and other software is needed by the town. The committee feels this fund is a worthwhile means to help prepare for future expenses, much as we do with all the other town departments, which rely heavily on town IT infrastructure to operate.
All right, thank you for that. Yes, sir.
George did a great job of explaining what.
Can you just come a little closer?
I've been looking at the cost over the next 3 or 4 or 5 years, and it's down to one time item purchase coming down. Normally, they're going to do just with share said, so I would say, okay, I can afford not to do this year, this year, do that. We've come to the point where I'm going to need to do 3 or 4 days. All of one year, or, give you something there. All of our servers are currently at server 2012. 90%. It needs to be upgraded.
Okay, focus to the mic.
They all need to be upgraded. Within the next week. It's going to be, and Microsoft has changed the prices of the operating system. We used to do their one copy server. And we could have the server you want. Now it's based on how many more you have on the server. Prices cost a lot of money. We need to upgrade on Office software. We are currently at Office 2010. We need to get up to the next level. As well. That's very important. Our voice over IP phone system, all the handsets are now. For 2 years old, they are starting to We have $100 replace. All of these things are going to have the well water pressure. The intention for this is they will move around that cost.
Thank you for that.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, Mr. Shannon.
Just to sort of paint a picture for why IT is important, if everybody can just look up to the front, to the BAC and the BOS members, how many laptops do you see out on the table? I count upwards of 8, 9, 10. IT is the backbone that the town runs on, that the school runs on, that water runs on, that the library runs on. We have to be able to adjust, and this allows Bruce, gives him some flexibility for things that aren't in the budget. COVID's a perfect example. Who had heard of Zoom before March this year? No one. We're using it also. We got 4 different accounts now. We're using it now. There's a bill in the state Senate right now to allow us to still continue using hybrid meetings down the road to keep utilizing Zoom or things of that nature. So because it pulls people in, it gives more people a chance. We might have 5 people show up when it's in person. On the Zoom the other day, we had 45 or 50 that were there. So it improves communication from the different boards, whether it be planning, recreation, Granite Town Media, the Board of Selectmen, the Budget Advisory Committee. The IT runs, everything runs off of it. So this is a good thing to do. It helps reduce costs down the road. We're putting money in a savings account that can only be used on IT for hardware or for software. It's vitally important. What will happen if something goes bad, then Bruce is going to come looking. It's like, well, we have to have this, and now if we don't have a bit kind of saved up like we would do for other things, it's going to be a problem. So I hope everybody agrees that this is a very important thing, and I think that should be supported.
All right, thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? Mr. Takacs?
I don't want to keep beating a dead horse, but I never like to hand your handout. There are currently 8 capital reserve funds, which require about $225,000 per year to maintain. If these 2 tabs that are on the ballot, sitting on the ballot in March, looking at over almost $30 million in capital reserve fund. This is not actual spending. This is just a reserve fund. It's a bank account. And it's wonderful. Nobody says we don't need the IT department. Nobody says we don't need the library. Nobody says anything. All these are good things to have. But you can't keep getting blood out of nothing. The stones are dried up. It's just amazing to me that all the expenses that you got on this. Now we've got things we have to have. I put it with the road. Falling apart, someone is falling apart. We have to have them, okay, but we don't have to have a bank account for future. That's just my opinion, and I hope that the people that are listening to this think about that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Bachelet?
Yes, Mr. Daniels.
Yes, I just like to point out that I'm getting notification that some of those that are home cannot hear the presentation, so there is a request that you speak up so that they can be heard. And Marty, I don't know if you wanted to add to that or not.
No, thank you. That was exactly what I wanted to say, that at home, we can't hear anything from the public mic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, sorry, thank you, Ms. Mitchell.
I just wanted to give a little insight, if it helped at all, with some of these capital reserve funds, because years ago, I was a huge proponent, as I still am. It's a very difficult year. But if you take a look at how we have some of these savings and how we've spent them and applied them to some of the articles that we need to purchase this year that are large, they have reduced the tax impact. And what you're doing is you're spreading the tax impact over a few years rather than taking it all in one year. Because if we took it all in one year for a year like this one, for example, where we're having reassessments and other large articles, it would be much worse. That's really the point of it. It's not just to have a savings account for something that comes along nice. IT, for example, is a cost that we absolutely know is coming in the near future and is going to be big. And you either pay for it big all in one year or you lessen the impact. And that's the goal.
All right, thank you. Any other conversation and discussion? All right, with that, I'll ask the town clerk to place warrant article 14 on the warrant, on the ballot, as originally worded. We're on to warrant article 15, the non-emergency community transportation bus service. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $32,000 for the purpose of providing the town's share of funding to the Sauhegan Valley Transportation Collaborative in order to continue operating a regional, non-emergency, wheelchair-accessible transportation service, providing rides within the designated service area to seniors, people with disabilities, and the general public. Mr. Daniels.
Selectwoman Duziak.
Thank you. The Board of Selectmen unanimously support warrant Article 15. Sauhegan Valley Transportation Collaborative continues to provide affordable, wheelchair-accessible transportation for non-emergency health care appointments and other essential activities. This is an invaluable service to the town of Milford as well as surrounding communities, which greatly benefit the town's elderly and disabled population, giving them a sense of independence.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell.
Yes, forgive me, I lost my place. The Budget Committee unanimously supports this article 8-0. And Peg, please read.
For this warrant article, the appropriation has been approved yearly by Milford's. Turn it down? Oh, the appropriation has been approved yearly as Milford's share of the cost for citizens needing rides to medical appointments, pharmacies, grocery, and some department stores in the area. This service is especially important for seniors, the disabled, as it is wheelchair accessible, and citizens with no vehicles. There is a small fee that is asked, although scholarships exist. Please take a bunch of these and hand them out. Presently in Milford, we have had quite a few of our residents to take advantage of this. And I know Janet's going to speak also. And the people that had the idea to do this had a foresight that was desperately needed in this community. The seniors that are here, a lot of them no longer have vehicles. Other towns that I've been associated with that don't have them, it really leaves their seniors especially out in the cold, just trying to find a ride. So I think Janet and whoever else started this did a marvelous job because Milford has taken the bull by the horns with Nashville and all the area cities behind us here or around us. And we should be very proud of it.
Thank you for that. Yes.
Janet Langdell, 122 Elm Street, Milford, New Hampshire. I'm here today on behalf of the Sauhegan Valley Transportation Collaborative. Can't hear me? I'm here on behalf of the Sauhegan Valley Transportation Collaborative. Thank you, Peggy, for your kind words. I will certainly make sure that our volunteer board of directors, of whom one of the gentlemen is here with me today, Nate Carmen, all hear your kind words. This has been a very important service for the town of Milford, especially during COVID. While you all know that there a lot of doctors' places were closed, a lot of everything was closed, and nationally rides went down for public transportation. That happened to us. We all experienced it down in Nashville, over in Manchester, and for our service. But what was clearly important was the fact that there are still people who needed to get to dialysis, who needed to get to the radiation center, who needed to get to cancer therapies. There was still a need. We were able to be there to help them out. And that's because of the support from the town of Milford. Truly, you have the biggest share of our matching monies that we request. You also use the lion's share, and you have since day one at 62% currently of the service. So thank you, thank you, thank you, and I hope you'll participate next year.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or discussion? There is none, so I'll instruct the town clerk to place warrant Article 15 on the warrant, on the ballot as originally worded. We move on to warrant Article 16, Public Works Wheel Bucket Loader Purchase. Shall the town vote to purchase a Hitachi wheel bucket loader for the sum of $146,118, with $120,000 to come from the DPW Vehicles and Heavy Equipment Capital Reserve Fund, with the remaining $26,118 to come from general taxation. Mr. Daniels.
Mr. Dargy. Thank you. The Board of Selectmen unanimously support this article. Approval of this article will allow for the purchase of the bucket loader that is currently being leased at $19,000 per 5-month winter season. This purchase will eliminate the need for that annual rental. This will result in a significant cost savings to the town over the 15-year expected life of the bucket loader.
All right, thank you for that. Ms. Mitchell.
The Budget Advisory Committee supports this warrant article 8-0. DPW currently has one loader but needs to rent an additional loader each winter for at least 6 months of the year. The lease purchase of a second loader would remove from the town operating budget the need to include rental fees for a second loader. The town of Milford may have had a second loader in the distant past. However, no one can remember when or why the second loader was retired and not replaced at the time. A careful cost analysis of purchase versus rental each year indicates a substantial cost savings over the 15-year life expectancy of this equipment. Again, as the town grows, there is an ongoing need to have appropriate equipment to service the needs of the community.
All right, thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Mr. Friel.
I'd just like to make a statement on this particular article that I want everybody to know, even though it's showing a tax impact of 155, if I'm correct, I think I'm correct, that there is about a $19,000 credit that we'll be getting for rental of the equipment that's being purchased, leaving in only a balance of $7,000 roughly dollars that will have to be raised to buy this piece of equipment. And I believe DPW would find that in their budget, and it was brought up in meetings. I want everybody to know that the impact will probably be zero.
That's correct.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Seward.
Is it important then to amend this article so it's clear when people are voting?
We tried to do that, but we were told by, I guess, DRA, am I getting that right? You can't do that.
It's DRA's fault, ma'am.
So it's worded the way it has to. It was silly.
Okay.
When we found out, but it has to stay.
All right. Very good then. Any other questions? All right. With that, I'll ask the town clerk to place warrant Article 16 on the ballot as originally worded. Warrant Article 17, the Fire Apparatus Replacement Capital Reserve. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 to be placed in the Fire Apparatus Replacement Capital Reserve Fund? Expenditures from this fund will require a vote at the town meeting. Mr. Daniels.
Ms. Duziak.
Thank you. The majority of the board opposes this article due to the amount of funding the board has requested for other critical higher priority items, such as the first responders communication network. The majority feel this capital reserve funding item can be addressed next year.
Thank you.
Minority.
Mr. Labonte.
The intent of this reserve fund is to offset the cost of a new piece of apparatus. I'm sorry, my bad. The intent of this reserve fund is to offset the cost of a new piece of apparatus when it is needed. Continuing to fund this capital reserve will save us interest cost on future lease or bond.
Thank you for that. Ms. Mitchell?
Yes, the Budget Advisory Committee supports this warrant article 8-0, read by Peg.
This previously established fund is for the purchase of the apparatus needed in the future. It would not necessarily fund the entire cost for the future purchase, but would allow for a larger down payment towards your future purchase of equipment. The current balance in this capital reserve is $100,000.
All right, thank you for that. Any discussion? All right, there is none. I'll instruct the clerk to place warrant Article 17 on the ballot as originally worded. To warrant Article 18. the
Sir,
Keys
Mr.
Park
Moderator.
Expansion Committee Project
Moderator.
Capital Reserve. Mr. Shannon.
I sort of lost track of whatever the last one was. Can we vote to close, to go back and make any changes on the last? Say, what was the last one we closed out on?
Like strict reconsideration?
Yes, sir, just strict recon.
It was up to 10.
Yeah, so 11 through 17.
Mr. Moderator, I move that we restrict reconsideration on Articles 11 through 17.
And there's a second for that. Thank you.
Second.
All those in favor of restricting reconsideration on Articles 11 through 17, raise your card. Anyone opposed? All right, we've restricted reconsideration on those articles. Now we'll move on to warrant Article 18, the Keys Park Expansion Committee Project Capital Reserve. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 to be placed in the Keys Park Expansion Committee Project Capital Reserve Fund? The purpose of this fund is for the design, development, and construction of improvements to Keys Memorial Park, as outlined in the Keys Memorial Park Expansion Committee report. Mr. Daniels.
Mr. Dargy?
Thank you. The majority of the Board of Selectmen recommend this article. This article continues the funding of the capital reserve account dedicated to improvements at Keys Park. The Keys Park Expansion Committee developed a preliminary master plan for the site a few years ago after the former Permatash facility was purchased and then added to the site. A consultant has been hired to assess the recreational needs in town and at Keys Field and to come up with recommendations for future improvements. The capital reserve account currently has enough money in it to pay for the consultant, but no extra money for anything further beyond that. The addition to this capital reserve will enable future spending on park improvements.
Mr. Moderator, the vote on this was 3-2, speaking for the two in the minority. While the Board of Selectmen has adopted a policy of using capital reserve accounts to deter spikes in future financial requests for some capital items, the minority this year has focused, the board this year has focused on higher priority, more critical items than this article. The minority of the board opposes this article for two reasons. One, it is not a critical item essential to running the town this year. And two, discussion this year regarding the use of funds from this reserve has focused on using the capital reserve funds for small expenditures, whereas the purpose of a capital reserve is to even out the amount that is requested for large expenditures, which would otherwise cause a spike in the tax rate. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
You're welcome, Mr. Daniels. Ms. Mitchell?
Yes, the Budget Advisory Committee supports this warrant article 8-0, read by Claudia.
This previously established fund would allow for the appropriation to be used toward the necessary improvements to Keys Park and the adjacent acquired 127 Elm Street property. Funding from this capital reserve fund has been used by the BOS to survey the newly acquired property and legally incorporate it into the Keys Park complex. The BOS has recently used this fund to contract with H.L. Turner Group to complete an overall improvement plan and suggest the use or removal of the old factory building as it pertains to current and future community needs. In addition, funding has been used to improve signage at the east entrance to the park and add signage to the new west entrance to the park. The current balance is $53,893.09. However, this amount is slated to be paid to the Turner Group when the report is complete and submitted to the BOS later this year. The balance in this fund will then be $0.
Thank you for that. Is there any other discussion? Mr. Daniels.
Mr. Moderator, I would like to move 0 for this article.
Okay, is there a second for that? Okay, Dacax? Yes, there's a second for that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My purpose in doing this, while I understand that the account will be 0 after that bill is paid, understanding and talking with DPW is that there is money and they donate time every year toward projects such as Keys. And we feel that the amount that they're spending this year and the work that they're going to be doing in planning along with the amount of time that DPW can assist, we really don't need to fund this year so that we can better concentrate on the communication center. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any question or discussion on the amendment to warrant Article 18? All right, there is none. All those in favor of amending warrant Article 18 from $25,000 to $0, please raise your card. Anyone opposed? The amendment is lost. Any other discussion on warrant Article 18? There is none, so I'll instruct the town clerk to place warrant Article 18 on the ballot as originally worded. Warrant Article 19, which has to do with the ambulance department portable radio replacement from the public safety communication equipment replacement capital reserve. The title is longer than the text. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate $13,927 to replace portable radios for the ambulance department with $13,927 to come from the public safety communication equipment replacement capital reserve to replace portable radios for the ambulance department. Mr. Daniels.
Mr. Dargy?
Thank you. The Board of Selectmen unanimously support this article. The ambulance department portable radios are past their end of life and are unable to be repaired when they fail. Approval of this warrant article will ensure that the ambulance department has fully functional portable radios for all shifts that will work with any current or future town dispatch system and with other town departments. If warrant Article 3, the first responders communication network, passes, then only one set of radios for the ambulance department will be purchased. The use of this capital reserve fund requires voter approval. This warrant article is independent of MAC base and warrant article number 3.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell.
Budget Advisory Committee supports this article H0, read by Wade.
The majority of the Budget Advisory Committee supports this warrant article as it has no tax impact and will allow the purchase of new radios to keep our ambulance service current with the proper communications equipment.
Thanks for that. Any discussion?
I have one question.
Yes, Ms. Seward.
I know Eric is here, correct? Yes. Oh, yeah, I just wanted to get it. Eric, I just have one quick question that came up. If indeed the communications center article passes, there'll be purchase of radios and pagers, et cetera. Will you then go ahead and purchase these, or will you wait till that, if it passes?
So if warrant article number 3 passes, there is portable radios in that warrant article.
Mhm.
Therefore, I would not expend any funds from this warrant article if it was approved. If warrant article 3 fails, then I will move forward with purchasing, if this article passes, move forward with purchasing portable radios from this account. Any radio that we do purchase will be compatible with any dispatch communication going forward.
So if indeed Article 3 passes, you wouldn't be using this. How do we get this money back to capital reserve? I'm not sure how that works.
It will just stay in capital reserve. It would not be expended.
We just won't spend the money, ma'am.
Mr. Calabria.
Yeah, the money, if the article were to pass, we would just not withdraw the radio purchase from it because it would be covered under Article 3.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion? All right, there is none. So I'll instruct the town clerk to place warrant Article 19 on the ballot as originally worded. Warrant Article 20, the summer band concert support. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $9,000 for the purpose of holding the annual summer evening band concerts, bands, sound system, and crossing detail? Mr. Daniels.
Ms. Duziak.
The Board of Selectmen unanimously support warrant Article 20. Milford Summer Band concerts are an example of why Milford is such a great place to live. The concerts are held in Emerson Park next to the post office or in the town hall when the weather is bad. Listening to the various types of music on the banks of the Sauhegan River is a wonderful experience that is suitable for people of all ages, including the many seniors that live nearby.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell.
The Budget Advisory Committee supports this warrant article 8-0. Claudia?
The BAC feels that the summer band concerts provide culture and entertainment for all ages and are one of the many activities that make Milford a highly desirable place to live.
There you go, in a nutshell. Any other discussion? There is none, so I'll instruct the town clerk to place warrant article 20 on the ballot as originally worded. We're on to warrant article 21, the Memorial, Veterans, and Labor Day Parades and Recognition Support. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $6,500 for the purpose of town support relative to the observance of Memorial, Veterans, and Labor Day parades? These funds shall be used to cover parade costs incurred by Public Works, Police Department, and other town departments, and to purchase flags to be placed on the graves of veterans on Memorial Day. Departmental support costs and materials associated with the provision of these services will be charged against this appropriation. Mr. Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. These funds cover the cost of town department expenses needed to properly support the Memorial Day, Labor Day, and Veterans Day parades that are held each year. These funds also cover the cost of flags for our veterans in our cemeteries on Memorial Day. 3 parades allow us to honor those who have served and/or made sacrifices to make our country better. They promote community involvement and allow our current groups and organizations to be recognized.
Ms. Mitchell.
The Budget Advisory Committee supports this warrant article 8-0, read by Wade.
These parades are well attended and popular with the community. Costs for safety coverage and cleanup by police, DPW, and other town departments are included as well as the purchase of flags placed on graves for Memorial Day.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jay Duffy, Nashua Street. As I've spoken about in the past years, this article, such as the band concert article, is the difference between a town being great and mediocre. And these are the benefits and the great memories that many of us share for growing up in this great town of Milford. All right, I'm here today speaking about the parade. God willing, the parade will go on, God willing, with the pandemic. Huge amount of enthusiasm from the townspeople. Today, I'd like to propose an addition, though, to Article 21. I'm proud to report to the town this past summer, I was able to place flags on our fallen veterans' graves. I completed all 4 of the smaller cemeteries, and I would say 90% of Riverside, the large cemetery. It was great. I enjoyed it very much. It was almost therapeutic. It was great remembering many of the fallen families and people that I grew up with that I knew. I must say, one of the best feelings was going to a plot, especially in the World War I section, and knowing the family and knowing one of the fallen veterans and the family no longer either living in Milford or the family is deceased. Musty Robertson would happen to be one of those people. And he certainly deserves a flag. The VFW and the Legion are certainly in support of this. Having placed the flags, I had the great opportunity of meeting Sergeant Frederick Vaspian. This gentleman's from Hooksett. I met him one day in Riverside. He bought flags himself out of his own pocket, between $150 and $200 worth of flags, not knowing that Milford provided the flags. In full uniform, this gentleman's about 22 years old, from Hooksett, not a Milford boy, placing flags on our ancestors' graves. our ancestors' graves. I was very moved by him. We've become friends today. He's actually on his way here right now. He's very passionate about this, as I am. After Veterans Day, I wish to create an event to place the flags on. I have local troop, Boy Scout Troop 4, in the future that will take the bull by the horns, basically, and place the flags forevermore. I'll oversee it until I no longer can. However, with the pandemic, obviously, that's unable to happen. I'm proud to say that when I did remove the flags this past Veterans Day, General Bolduc, who recently ran for the State House, and Mrs. Bolduc, Wendy Mace, Mona Clues, Tony Clues, Bill Duffy, Bill Chartier, Gene Duffy, Sergeant Fred Hovaspian, my good friend Travis Cody, and I'm proud to say my godsons Hugh Cody and Trice Cody, who go to school right here in this high school, came and removed the flags with me. And on a side note, for my godsons to be a part of this, they were asking many questions, and this is what it's all about. We do not want this heritage to be lost, and these gentlemen and ladies certainly are due the respect and honor of the sacrifice that they gave for our freedom. Obviously, Commander Mosier from the VFW believes this is extremely sacred. He's sorry he couldn't be here today. He wanted me to exemplify, convey that we are free today because of these men and ladies' sacrifice. So in any case, a little bit of background there. The current rule for the cemeteries is the flags may be placed on the cemetery, on the graves for a week prior to Memorial Day and taken down by October 15th. I was going to I followed those regulations. Myself and Commander Mosier was called into a meeting with the cemetery trustees, and I received a letter approximately a couple weeks later, stating that they requested the flags be placed on the graves for the week prior to Memorial Day, taken down the week after Memorial Day, placed the week prior to Veterans Day, taken down the week after Veterans Day. I do not agree with this, and the VFW, Commander Mosier, does not also. I've had huge enthusiasm from the townspeople, and many people want to volunteer. After the pandemic, that will certainly happen. So, having said that, I would like to make an addition to the current warrant article that, for the line on stating that the flags will be placed at Memorial Day, and I will write this out, Mr. Moderator, that the flags will be placed on the veterans' graves 14 days prior to Memorial Day and removed 14 days after Veterans Day. I'm very proud to have done this.
Okay. So you're making a motion to amend the language. Can you read?
Sure.
Why don't you give me a copy of what you have?
Okay. So obviously, Article 21, this appropriation would be used to cover the costs of town support relative to the observance of Memorial, Veterans, and Labor Day parades. The funds would cover the costs incurred by Public Works, police, and other town departments, as well as to purchase flags to be placed on the graves of veterans on Memorial Day. So what I would like to do is strike where after purchase flags to be placed on the graves of veterans 14 days prior to Memorial Day and removed 14 days after Veterans Day. So they remain up all summer long. Finally, I'm proud to say also that the VFW will be buying flag holders for all the veterans in all 5 cemeteries.
Okay, so first things first, is there a second to your amendment? There is a second, thank you. May I have a copy of your amendment?
Sure. I have a, can I write it out?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. We're going to do this, we need to write it out.
Mr. Moderator?
Yeah, just a minute, let me submit it in the.
I apologize, Mr. Moderator.
That's okay, take your time.
If any of the selectmen or have any questions, I'd be more than happy.
Yeah, and I'll do a course. Okay, well, now we'll have discussion. Mr. Shannon?
Yes, sir. I just have a question. This is for my own clarification. So I was a United States naval officer for 15 years, so I'm in favor of this. My question is, I don't think, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think this is the form for this. If you put it in just this one warrant, then the next year it goes away because it's warrants for 1 year. I think the better thing is to go to the cemetery trustees and get them to make the change and make that the new policy. So it's forever and ever. So
okay, and that I am.
Yeah, I'm just saying if I'm wrong, correct me. But I think that way, if they change their policy to your dates, then that's on from here on out. So Ricky might know. He's the see him in the back. The trustees he works with, obviously, but I think we should go to the cemetery trustees and get them to make the change for us, and it's in perpetuity instead of just doing it this 1 year.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. And that has been on my agenda. When I was called into the meeting, and in the future, that's something that I certainly want to address. Thank you for bringing up that thought, because I want the townspeople to be aware of that. So when Commander Moser and I went and met the cemetery trustees, we were taught about the maintenance for the flags, for the graves, for the cemeteries. I'm a former employee of the town during college, so I've been in the trenches as far as weed whacking, mowing. I worked under Director Bob Courage. It amazes me that 30 years ago, 20 years ago, this was never an issue, ever. I mean, Squeaky Carpentier, who was the foreman of our cemeteries for, I want to say, upwards of 30 to 40 years, who was a decorated World War II veteran, is rolling over in his grave that we are removing these flags, only having them up 2 weeks a year. It genuinely makes me sad. These men were people I respected, and I like to say that I carry their values to this day. So having said that, when we place the flags on the graves, so the townspeople are aware, and thank you, Mr. Shannon, because I wanted to convey this. The flag is placed tightly against the upright stone. Now, of course, there are, the question next, so as far as weed whacking or anything of that sort, or any extra labor, I've gone all over my brain on some type of logical explanation on why this would be an issue, and I cannot find one, because we place the flags, we remove the flags, the town does not touch the flags unless the flags are tattered. So however, there are, between the 5 cemeteries, I've counted approximately a little less than 125, between 100 and 125, just flat stones, flush stones in all 5 cemeteries. Yes, those are an issue. However, for the ratio, for the amount of flush stones, the amount is extremely low. When you boil it all down, those men and women deserve a flag. point blank. So that's it. So I hear what you're saying. As far as policy goes, yes. So I've gone to the cemetery trustees, and this is the letter they requested. I believe that having it in this warrant article will maybe convey them to listen to the townspeople. I've had 100%, a huge amount of enthusiasm.
All right. Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Ms. Dodgy, but let him clean the mic, please.
I think what will help accomplish what he wants to do is just add placed on the graves of veterans for Memorial Day and Veterans Day observance. So if we add the Veterans Day, but as far as the specifics for the amount of time, that's to work out with, like what Mr. Shannon said, to work out with the cemetery.
Mr. Shannon.
No, sir, that's sort of, I was just going to tell Jed, I'm happy to work with him. Like I said, I am a veteran, so I got 2 nephews that are in the Army right now. So, I think this is the wrong place to do what he's asking to do. So you and I get together, we'll go to the right place and we'll get it done there.
Okay, to the point. All right, this legislative body is the voters, all right? And you're certainly entitled to make an amendment as you see fit, all right? I think Mr. Shannon is correct in the sense that if the voters go along with this amendment, it is a one-year amendment.
I see.
But it will dictate how the town implements the expenditure for this one-year period. So you're absolutely within your right as a citizen to make this amendment. It certainly has been seconded as such. And if the voters here wish to put the time frame into the warrant, then the voters at the March meeting will be able to vote on it. And if this predicates a change in the policy, fine. If it doesn't, that's okay, whatever. But you're entitled to put the time frame into the language, because what we're doing is, if the town approves the amendment in March, is to say, not only do we want to spend the $6,500, but this is how we would like to have it spent. Ms. Seward.
I was going to say the same thing. It sort of backs up by people here that they believe in what you want to do.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator, and Mrs. Seward. My friend Janet Langdell advised me on this and said that this was a possibility that this could occur. And I certainly, I've attempted to change the policy with the cemetery trustees. I've researched in there what's available on the website with possibly their history, with some type of logic of why they would only want the flags up for 2 weeks a year. The cemetery trustees have only met, as far as the website goes, twice in the past 3 years. So, yes, Mr. Chair, I certainly appreciate the invitation. I certainly will be in touch with you. And Chris Levante has also conveyed interest. I just feel this is important. This is who we are as a people, and this is I am passionate about Milford, and I believe in this town. And these men and women, lack of a better word, were a huge impact on my life as a child. And I only hope that I can convey and I perpetuate the wisdom and the thought of being a part of something larger than yourself. And this is why I believe that these flags, they should be present and displayed all summer long.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Mr. Tackett.
I think a point of order. I think the word I'm trying to use, the phrase I'm using, if we pass this amendment, is that the end of it now? I know we had some problems before. What interpretation of that? I want to speak to the article itself. Do I do that now, or do I wait to?
No, you can wait, and we'll just limit this to the discussion about the amendment, but then we'll come back to it before I ask the clerk to put it on the ballot. Any other questions? Any other discussion? So we have a motion to amend Article 21 to delete the phrase "on Memorial Day" and replace it with language that says "from 14 days prior to Memorial Day" and remove 14 days after Veterans Day. All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by raising your card. Thank you. Anyone opposed? All right, the amendment passes. Mr. Takas.
There's no way that I'm voting against this particular article, but
Yeah, speak up.
there's no way that hello?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. There's no way that I've just never been told to speak up. This is the first time in my whole life. There's no way I'm voting against Article 21 itself. But I just want to know one thing. We did not have any of these parades and stuff last year. What happened to that $6,500, which was already appropriated? Where did it go? And can we use it for this year and reduce the cost, less the flags that we're talking about? Maybe cut it in half or something.
I believe I know the answer, but I'll allow Mr. Shannon to answer for you.
Yes, sir. So any of the warrant articles for parade, so any of the ones you're about to cover. So if money was not spent on that item, then it wasn't spent at all. So I believe we took, do you remember which ones came off? I think we took a few, like fireworks might have been one. But so we didn't spend any money. If you didn't get to have the event that was specifically mentioned for, then we didn't spend it. So it's the money. It's almost like we're spending last year's money. I don't know if you
Can I maybe answer that a little more?
Yeah, Mike.
I guess, Mr. Takas, to probably answer your question, you'll notice that you're not seeing some of the repetitive warrant articles on here that we've had in the past as far as fireworks and stuff. And that's because the ones that you don't see on the warrant are because we didn't spend any of the money, so it carried over. So it will be used, like you're saying, this coming year. The articles that you see here, that meant that there was some sort of money, whether it be a portion of it or all of it. I think majority of them were just a small portion of it. What happened is, and anybody feel free to jump in and correct me, a portion of it was used. So what they did is they returned the rest of the money to the taxpayers and went for a full warrant article versus going for the difference of what was expended out of it to keep the amounts the same as what they've historically been.
You said you gave the money back to the taxpayers. I'm confused as how that worked.
Meaning it didn't get spent as far as you didn't draw the money, I believe. Mr. Calabria probably would have been better to answer that, but yeah.
We paid the taxes on the fact that this $6,500 was in last year's, so it was on this year's tax bill, but it was not spent. So why can't we use that money that was not spent on whatever you spent it on, be used to defray this year's?
On the fireworks and stuff, that's why you don't see a warrant article for fireworks, because there was none spent out of the fireworks. So there's no need to have that article again this year.
Exactly. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about number 21, Article 21. We didn't have the parades. We didn't have the police.
I believe the only money, I think from the number that I think Mr. Calabria had given us was around, I think, $1,100.
It was for the flags, when they put the flags out.
Correct.
That's all the money that got spent.
Right.
And some wreaths.
So to keep it simple, it was easier to just go with a new warrant article. The money that wasn't spent stayed in the general fund, I believe. And then that's given back to the taxpayer when they figure out the new tax rate. I believe that's what Paul had said, right? Yeah.
Mr. Daniels.
Thank you. If I recall correctly, I think there was about $1,500 that was spent from this article from last time. When we did the budget, we took a lot of the fund balance, which was money that was there, and used that back. So I believe that you will see that's kind of part of the money that came back to you. So it in a sense has been returned to the taxpayer, and we're just starting out new with a whole new one as opposed to asking for $5,000.
Am I the only person that doesn't understand that?
The unexpended money is used to offset the tax rate that's coming up. So that's, you don't get a rebate, you don't get a refund literally, but the money that they haven't spent can be used to offset the tax rate that's generated by this budget.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
Just to clarify, the number that was spent out of this warrant article was $1,137.38, according to an email that was received from the finance director on the 29th of December.
Right. Yep, it was the other 5,000. Pardon me, the other 5,000 that I was talking about.
I understand what you're talking about, Mr. Tack. Is the best way I can tell you the way the finance director explained it to us is that it goes back to the people.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, sir. Just hold a second.
Just briefly, Mr. Moderator, I think it would be irresponsible for me not to address the parade. I am a part of the Labor Day Parade Committee. I certainly promote the Veterans Day Parade and the Memorial Day Parade. Obviously, this past year has been challenging in many, many factors all across the board. However, I would like to convey gratitude and applause to the background people, which this warrant article supports. Those departments that the parade certainly, all parades certainly couldn't exist and go on without. First and foremost, the police department, Chief Viola and Captain Fry, fire department, Chief Flaherty, and the Department of Public Works, Ricky Rindu. These guys are always in support and are there for anything and everything. The parades would not be the success they are without these four individuals and their departments. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion on warrant article 21?
As amended.
All right, there is none. So with that, I'll instruct the town clerk to place warrant article 21.
Right behind you, Pete.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry. I have just one question, and that's in regard to the warrant articles that were on and were not on this year, and the reasons why. Did something get in the voter's guide to explain what happened to fireworks and pumpkin festival?
It will when we do the voter's guide.
Microphone.
It's in the voter's guide?
It will be.
It will be.
It will be,
yes.
okay. Okay, thank you.
You got to speak to the mic so they can hear you at home, just so they know.
All right.
There's obviously a lot watching.
Okay, so with this, I'll instruct the town clerk to place warrant article 21 as amended on the ballot. Okay, warrant article 22, blind exemption. Shall the town pursuant to RSA 7227A vote to increase the exemption for the blind, RSA 7237, amount from $15,000 to $30,000. The minimum exemption amount of $15,000 was established by statute in 2003. Mr. Daniels. Ms. Duziak.
Thank you. The Board of Selectmen unanimously support warrant article 22, the blind exemption. The present exemption amount of $15,000 is the minimum exemption established by statute in 2003. The exemption has not been increased despite property tax increases since that time, and as such, the exemption has had a diminishing effect over time.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell.
Yes, the Budget Advisory Committee recommends this warrant article 8-0, read by Peg.
If you went online to see RSAs of the state of New Hampshire, you can actually print this out for anyone that you may know could qualify for this exemption. It's number 72:37, exemption for the blind. Basically, every New Hampshire residential property owner who is legally blind, as confirmed by the New Hampshire Services for the Blind in Concord, is exempt each year of $15,000 of assessed property value when taxes are calculated. Towns can also vote to raise that amount of exemption. And what Marty has asked us to do is that this has not been raised, but would like now to raise it to 30,000. Milford has 15 residents that could qualify that we know of and is asking to raise the amount to 30,000. Applications are at the assessor's office and are due to be returned by April 15th with confirmation letter for review. And info from 2018, we did have 7 citizens that used the 15,000 exemption, and that would amount to a value of 105,000 on their property value, and that only equals $3,000 of taxes that were exempt.
All right, thank you for that.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes, Mr. Dodgy.
I'd like to make an amendment. I propose that we change the tax impact from $7.14 to 18 cents. It was accidentally calculated as if it was a tax reduction, and it's a tax exemption.
Thank you for that. Is there a second?
Second.
There is a second, Mr. Daniels. Yes, Mr. Steiner.
This is actually related, I guess. I'm just a little confused why we're putting a tax impact. Because this is a credit that people could claim, they don't have to. And I think Peg just said, what did you say, there was 5 last year, but 17 possible, whatever the number, there was a range. So why would we put a tax impact when it actually could be 0? Isn't that true?
Mr. Dodgy.
We're estimating there's going to be 8 people. It's kind of an ongoing thing. And so it's roughly $4,000 that they'll get. They don't have to do it, but we have every expectation that there's going to be 8 people that claim this exemption.
Okay, well, I understand that, but why would we put it there? Because if we don't have to put it, it's better not to put it, I don't think. Because there could be no tax rate, no impact at all, it strikes me.
It would be possible if none of them claimed it, but the highest probability that we'll have 8 people that do it.
Do we usually do that? We guess what we're gonna.
Well, any of the articles find that, are a budgetary number that could come in higher or lower. So it's the best estimate at the point in time. Of course, it's the best estimate of the assessed value of the town as well.
It just strikes me as odd that we do that.
Okay, that's fair. Any other discussion? No? All right then. So with that, I'll instruct the town clerk to place warrant article 22 on the ballot. I'm sorry. You're right. All those in favor of amending the article from $7.14 impact to 18 cents, raise your card. Anyone opposed? No one opposed. Okay. With that, I'll now instruct the town clerk to place warrant article 22 on the ballot as amended. Warrant article 23, the Granite Town Rail Trail Revolving Fund. Shall the town vote to establish a Granite Town Rail Trail Revolving Fund pursuant to RSA 35B:2, number 2? Any monies received from Granite Town Rail Trail facilities shall be allowed to accumulate from year to year and shall not be considered to be part of the general fund unassigned to fund balance. Mr. Daniels.
Mr. Dargy?
Thank you. The Board of Selectmen support this Article 5-0. The Conservation Commission has been raising money for many years, specifically for support of the Granite Town Rail Trail, with their major fundraiser being the Ghost Train Rail Trail Race that is normally held each fall. They have been unofficially accounting for these raised funds over the years, and this new fund just formalizes the arrangement so that there's no misunderstanding about the status of the funds.
Thanks for that. Ms. Mitchell.
Budget Advisory Committee recommends this warrant article 8-0, read by Peg.
I'm sorry, I was just looking up something, and last year we had the different exemptions for the elderly that was changed. Well, I know, but I was just going to mention, nothing was ever said in there about tax impact. Okay? Sorry. Okay, I'm on the line. Okay. I know I have it. Here it is. Okay. The Granite Rail Trail Revolving Fund. Yeah, I'm trying. Currently, there is over 300 miles of rail trail in New Hampshire used for safe walking, biking, and skiing without state or federal funding support. Milford Rail Trail, which is 66 feet wide, I found that interesting, extends from DPW on South Street through private and public land to the Brookline Town line. Revenue deposited in the fund would be used for maintenance like trash cleanup, brush removal, and mowing by volunteers coordinated by the Conservation Commission. This is a revolving fund that would be managed by the Conservation Commission. The Ghost Train Trail Race, held every year by them, had no race in 2020 due to the COVID, but most runners donated their fees anyway, resulting in $12,000 worth of revenue. That's how much they enjoy the race. Available from the Conservation Commission is a Milford Trail map booklet. You can also go online and see the rail trail and where it goes. And if you want to add about the Boy Scouts, or no? Not yet? Okay. Yep. But it's an interesting and you can use it.
All right, thank you for that. All right, yes, Mr. Duffy.
I'm just curious, could someone educate me on where the rail trail goes? So it was from the DPW and down the railroad track to, where is it?
Here.
Oh, thank you.
You can have it. It's good.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's a very nice walk or bike ride for that matter, to be honest with you. And you can go all the way out to Pluto on the way. So, warrant article 23. Any other discussion? There is none. I'll instruct the town clerk to place warrant article 23 on the ballot as originally worded.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes, Mr. Dan.
I'd move to restrict reconsideration on Articles 18 through 23.
Second, Ms. Duziak. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration of Articles 18 to 23, raise your card. Anyone opposed? All right, we've restricted reconsideration of Articles 18 through 23. Now we're on to warrant Article 24, the Nashua Street Pedestrian Safety and Sidewalk Improvement Project. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $871,924 with $174,385 to be raised by general taxation and $697,539 from the Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality Improvement Program for the engineering, potential right-of-way acquisition, and construction of approximately 3,500 linear feet of new 5-foot wide sidewalk to include but not limited to vertical granite curbing, associated drainage improvements, crosswalk markings, and repaving along the southerly and northerly sides of Nashua Street, beginning from 486 Nashua Street near Cahill Place to 586 Nashua Street near Lord Plaza, and to the existing sidewalk network at the corner of Kaplan Road and Nashua Street. Mr. Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Speaking for the majority of the board who do not recommend this article, cities and towns are responsible by law for ensuring that public sidewalks are passable. This means the town would take on the liability of ensuring that the sidewalk is free of snow in the winter and would need to appropriate necessary funds yearly to maintain the sidewalk to keep it safe, free from cracks and breaks for pedestrians. The article uses a congestion mitigation and air quality improvement program grant to fund 80% of the project, with the town funding the remaining 20%, which is $174,385. However, the total amount of $871,924 must first be taken from Milford taxpayers and the project completed before the state would pay back its share to the town. Even then, there would be no guarantee that the $697,000 $539 reimbursed from the state would be returned to taxpayers, as the funds would be put into the town's general fund to be used at the discretion of the select board. This $871,924 is just the initial cost to build a sidewalk. Going forward, Milford residents would be responsible for funding the ongoing maintenance of the sidewalk, that's the plowing and repairs, to keep the town free of liability. Between Article 24 and 25, there is an additional 7,500 or 1.42 miles of sidewalk that would need to be plowed each snowstorm and repaired as needed. This will have an impact on DPW time and resources, including accelerated wear and tear on sidewalk plows and the frequency in which we need to purchase them. And we just purchased a sidewalk plow 2 years ago for $155,000. Should this article pass, residents should expect to see an increase in future DPW budgets to cover this additional work. Furthermore, CMAQ grants have traditionally provided continual funding for these types of projects. The same article, at $121,872 less, was placed by petition before voters at the 2020 annual meeting and was rejected on a 1,297 yes to 1,568 no vote. For these reasons, the majority does not support the article. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
You're welcome, Mr. Daniels. Mr. Dargy.
Thank you. Selectmen Dargy and Duziak recommend this article. This article provides the 20% matching funds, or $174,385, that are needed to build about 3,500 linear feet of sidewalks on Nashua Street on the east side of town in various sections between Cahill Place and Lorden Plaza. This project is one of the key components of the Milford Pedestrian Bicycle Trail and Recreation Connectivity Plan. This project has been in the capital improvements plan for over a decade, pending the awarding of the 80% funding by the state. This is our opportunity to get a very desirable project completed at a bargain price. There are many apartments at the east end of town, and completing the sidewalk network in that area will help to improve transportation options for the residents and to increase public safety.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell.
The Budget Advisory Committee supports this warrant article 8-0, read by Claudia.
The town would pay $174,385, and the grant would pay $697,539. This article was originally supported by Milford Capital Improvement Committee, but removed from the originally submitted articles by the Board of Selectmen. This project would construct long-needed sidewalks along the southerly and northerly sides of Nashua Street, beginning from 486 Nashua Street near Cahill Place to 586 Nashua Street near Shaw's at Lorden Plaza. Milford Community Development Office wrote a competitive grant to secure these federal funds through the state of New Hampshire. These funds are not available every year, and this will be the town's final opportunity to have the state fund 80% of this project. This is a long-needed safety project for residents who must currently walk in the street along this portion of Nashua Street. This project was ranked a high priority by the CIP Citizens Advisory Committee for Capital Improvements for 2021.
Thank you for that. Any further discussion?
I'm just curious, what would be the objection from the other selectmen? Please educate me on why you wouldn't support this.
Mr. Labonte?
I guess I'll take a stab at that one at first. I guess I just feel, Mr. Duffy, I feel that there's a lot more critical projects in town right now other than a sidewalk. The initial cost, that's a cash, basically, thing that you're coming up with. It's not bonded. So as far as the impact to the taxpayer right now, I feel after being in a year of COVID that we've been in, there is a lot of people out there hurting. And I personally just don't feel that this is the year to go forward with it, especially due with the maintenance thing, as Mr. Daniels, Chairman Daniels had stated. I completely agree with him on that.
Mr. Friel and Mr. Dodger. Oh, go ahead. Mr. Friel.
I was going to like to make a motion to move it to $0.
Okay. Is there a second for that? There is a second. There's a motion, amendment, the motion to change the amount to $0. Mr. Dodgy.
I was going to say that there's a handout that was over there of a PowerPoint presentation. We're not going to go through it, but it explains more about the project. Speaking on the amendment, I'm opposed to this amendment. That would basically cut out the project. I consider this a very high priority project, and I would hope that others in here would also agree with that and leave the project as it is and leave it funded. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, get closer and bring the mic down to your mouth.
Chris Costantino, 721 North River Road. I didn't want to talk to the amendment, so. I did want to talk to the amendment. Do I wait? I thought there was an amendment that.
Yes, there is an amendment.
I wanted to talk about the article itself, so do I
Okay.
do?
We can wait. Yes, go ahead. You can wait. Wait, you can wait. Yes, thank you. Mr. Finer.
Oh, okay. No to the zeroing out. Is there, I don't understand the process.
Yeah.
Can we put this back into the regular warrant rather than have it as a petition warrant article?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Can it go from a petition warrant article back to a regular non-petition? Is that possible to do that? And my reasoning for that is it's like you're kicking a guy when he's down. The board authorized a staff member to go after this grant. I'm embarrassed that you're not supporting your staff who went to the trouble to find this grant. These are not easy to come. They do not come every time. The money's there, but it's a highly competitive program. And the fact that we got it is amazing. We've been trying for several years to get this money. Lincoln Daly, Community Development Director, groveled, I'm sure was involved, to get the state to extend this grant another year. We're not going to get this again. Quality of life in Milford is dependent upon safety of the residents. These sidewalks are essential. They're not need. You can say, well, nobody's died yet. It's the yet part. I don't know how many of you, I certainly have seen people walking on the side of the roads, snowbanks coming in, there's no place for them to be, and the traffic flies by. What else do I want to say? There's absolutely nothing indicates in the literature, academically or anecdotally, that sidewalks are a bad idea. To get 80% coverage for this is an unbelievable blessing, and we should take advantage of it. The fact that it's been put in as a petition warrant article makes it even less possible passing. Last year, you never know why people voted against something, but I don't think it helped that there was a petition warrant article, which is like a double negative. I'm done.
Tim Pine in Berkeley Place. I'd like to emphatically oppose this amendment for many of the reasons that Chris just stated, but I'll restate them. Not only is this strongly supported by the Planning Board, the Capital Improvements Committee, town staff, they put in a lot of work planning for this. It's always been a priority of the Planning Board for community connections and walkability in the town. And this is an opportunity to get it with cheap money. I mean, you're never going to get something like this done with this cheaply again. And as far as being needed, my goodness, that's crazy down in that area of town. I'm surprised I hear people say that it's not. I mean, I think this borderlines on an emergency situation. You see people, elderly people, walking in the breakdown lane down there trying to get to Shaw's. And Shaw's has no sidewalks in front of it. So they've either got to cut down the embankment or they have to walk in the breakdown lane all the way up to that traffic light and walk down where there's no sidewalk there anyway. And the whole area up there existing is a whole patchwork of sidewalks. I'm gonna get some of them wrong, but there's sidewalks in front of Burger King and down to Capron Road. There's, I don't know if they go all the way to Panema or not, but you get people in the apartment buildings on, behind the pawn shop there coming across. They're gonna have to cross at a non-existent light to get to the sidewalks on the opposite side of the road, just to come and cut across traffic again to get to Shaw's. There's that whole new apartment complex up there, with God knows how many people live up there now. And that's a highly developed area down there. And we have to, because if we don't do this now, we're gonna have to do it soon. Something's gonna happen, someone is gonna get hurt or killed down there, and then we're gonna be spending $1 million on it instead of 170. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Moderator. Mr. Labonte.
I guess just to go forward to that, I sometimes wonder for how much that's been built up by apartments and condominiums or whatnot down there. I guess I've often wondered how come the planning department hasn't made it a condition as far as an approval for all these new things that are down there. It wasn't all that many years ago where there wasn't a whole lot of residents down there. So I guess at what point does the planning board have to institute? I know some of the meetings that I watch, they'll talk about putting sidewalks and whatnot. I don't know what the regulation is and what it's not. So I guess that's more of a question than a statement.
Yes.
Janet Langdell, Elm Street, planning board member for, I don't know, 10 years or so. Former chair. I'm good. You couldn't hear anything I just said. That's
I
great.
could, but they can't.
If Lincoln Daly is online, still on Zoom, I'm sure he can give you the statistics. But there was a number of developments down there. I think Walgreens was one of them. And I know that the new Red Oak development on Capron Road all made some type of contribution. So we have done that in the past. And originally there was a Nashua Street sidewalk fund. And I think even maybe Burger King contributed to that at one time. So there has been some monies there. Part of that money was used for some of the studies that were done previously about sidewalks or about how that could be redeveloped for pedestrians in that area. The fact that we have been granted not one, but 2 CMAQ grants by New Hampshire DOT and the FTA is tremendous. We've been going after these types of grants, TAP grants and CMAQ grants for years. And quite honestly, town of Milford usually gets beat out by the city of Nashua, Brookline, Merrimack. We finally got a couple. I think this is dollars well spent. And quite honestly, the way you guys like to pull money out of fund balance, I mean, 150, 170, that gets your 20% match right there. So I think this is the time to do this, in my humble opinion. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Mr. Daly.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Put my hand down first, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Is it possible to share my screen with the folks?
Should be able to.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to show you basically the project area. There's much discussion about where exactly the existing sidewalks are located along with the proposed sidewalks. So I'm just going to show you an aerial photograph of the project area. The red lines indicate the existing sidewalk network and the yellow indicate the proposed. And to the question about number of multifamily, it's worth noting that that this area does include the highest concentration of multifamily development and also manufactured housing development in the town. So this sidewalk network will serve or will directly benefit almost 700 multifamily units in the town of Milford. The issue to improve public safety and access to needed goods and services in the area. I also want to address some of the comments made by Chairman Daniels about the cost of maintaining sidewalks. It's worth noting that the Board of Selectmen accepts new subdivision roadways on an annual basis. which also increase the amount of costs and time it takes for DPW services. What's not mentioned is how much effort is spent on improving the existing sidewalk network and trying to maintain those to provide safe access for those who are underserved or prefer to use an alternative form of transportation other than vehicles. The issue about the CMAQ grants, this is, as Janet put it earlier, a highly competitive process. And we're very lucky to get one, and two is a miracle, but one was tremendous also. And these grants are very, very hard to come by. In the future, I find that it'd be very, very difficult, if nearly the possibility is very minuscule, we'll get an opportunity to use this opportunity to utilize these grants. I think that was pretty much it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Daly. Is there any other discussion on Article 24? We have an amendment to zero out the amount. All right, there is none. So we'll take a vote on the amendment to reduce the amount of the Nashua Street Pedestrian Safety and Sidewalk Improvement Project to $0. All those in favor of the amendment to $0, raise your card. Anyone opposed? All right, the amendment has failed. Any other discussion? Okay, with that, I'll instruct the town clerk to place warrant article 24 on the ballot as originally worded. And last page, we have warrant article 25, the Osgood Road, Melendi Road, and Armory Road pedestrian safety sidewalk and bicycle lane project. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $797,872 with $159,574 to be raised by general taxation and $638,298 from the congestion mitigation and air quality improvement program for the engineering, potential right-of-way acquisition of, and construction of approximately 4,000 linear feet, a new 5-foot wide sidewalk with vertical granite curbing, a dedicated striped bicycle lane, and a pedestrian walkway, to include, but not limited to, associated drainage improvements, crosswalk markings, and repaving along Osgood Road, Mason Road, Melendi Road, and Armory Road, with pedestrian improvement project beginning at the intersection of West Street and Osgood Road and continuing southwest along Osgood Road past Adams Field, Osgood Pond, and Mason Road to the intersection of Osgood Road, Melendi Road, and Armory Road, and continuing eastward along Armory Road to the intersection with the Granite Town Rail Trail. Mr. Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. For somewhat the same reasons, the majority of the board do not recommend this article. Prices are different, but the same effect remains that you would have to appropriate the $797,872, of which the state will pay the $638,298, but we would not get reimbursed that until the project was completed. So that whole $797,000 would have to be appropriated first. That makes a total of about $1.7 million that would have to go on the backs of the taxpayers initially in order to complete warrant article 24 and 25. Again, this $797,000 is just the initial cost. And we've got the same issues with having to take care of the sidewalks, expecting the DPW budget to increase because of the additional mileage that will have to be taken care of. But in addition, this actually adds another negative in because the proposal of the sidewalk goes from West Street down to Adams Field. Currently, there is enough space there where you have an event at Adams Field there is enough space for people who are attending those events to park along the side of the road. By putting in a sidewalk and a bike lane that goes underneath the overpass, you are eliminating the parking ability, further contributing to Milford's parking shortage. Again, the same article was put in last year by petition. This was at 34,872 less. And again, the article failed on a 1,243 yes to 1,624 no vote. So for those reasons, the majority of the board does not support nor recommend the article.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dargy.
Thank you. Selectmen Dargy and Duziak recommend this article. This article provides the 20% matching funds, or $159,574, that are needed to build about 4,000 linear feet of sidewalks and related improvements along Osgood Road, Mason Road, Melendi Road, and Armory Road in the area near Adams Field and Osgood Pond, which are heavily used by students. This project is one of the key components of the Milford Pedestrian, Bicycle, Trail, and Recreation Connectivity Plan. This project has been in the Capital Improvements Plan for over a decade, pending the awarding of the 80% funding. This is our opportunity to get a very desirable project completed at a bargain price. This project provides sidewalk connectivity to Adams Field, the Leisure Acres Manufactured Housing Development, and the Granite Town Rail Trail entrance on Armory Road.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell.
The Budget Advisory Committee recommends this warrant article 8-0. The town would pay $159,574 and the grant would pay $638,298. This article was originally supported by the Milford Capital Improvement Committee, but was also removed from the originally submitted articles by the Board of Selectmen. The pedestrian improvement project would construct long-needed sidewalks beginning at intersection of West Street and Osgood, along Osgood Road to Adams Field, Osgood Pond and Hazel Adams Burn Park, Leisure Acres Mobile Home Park, and along Armory Road to its intersection with the Granite Town Rail Trail. This location is heavily traveled by motorized vehicles, pedestrians, and cyclists, and includes a walking route from a high-density mobile home park to the high and middle schools. In addition, students walk along these roads to their practice field at Adams Park. Milford Community Development Office wrote a competitive grant to secure these federal funds through the state of New Hampshire. These funds are not available every year, and this will be the town's final opportunity to have the state fund 80% of this project. The project was ranked a high priority by the CIP Citizens Advisory Committee for Capital Improvements for 2021. In addition, I would just like to state that I think sometimes we talk about the additional expenses that come with some of these projects, but that's the cost of a town growing. We have to continue to plow the roads every time we have growing roads. Right? And I think about the students that walk to these games and the cars that park in that area that Mr. Daniels was mentioning. When the cars park there for these events, and there are numerous events, the children then end up walking in the road. And you say they shouldn't, but that's what kids do. Okay? So if we make this a sidewalk and the cars can't park there, you know where they'll park? On West Street, because school is out by then. So I think the safety of the children, the cost of doing business of a growing town, and realizing that there was a lot of hard work put into these grants and we may never see them again, I think it's good cause to support this.
Mr. Moderator?
Thank you. Mr. Shannon.
Yes, sir. May I make a motion that we approve this as written and send it to the people for their decision, let them vote on it as is?
Well, that's the
motion.
process.
I can't do that? Wow. You get to make a motion to zero it out.
If we're either, maybe I'm misunderstanding it, Mr. Shannon, but we're either going to place this on the
Right.
ballot as is.
Yes, sir.
If you're asking to call the question,
Yes, then that. Yes,
well,
sir.
we can, but there's still Ms. Costantino to speak.
We'll let Chris speak.
Chris Costantino, 721 North River Road. I'm going to basically repeat myself. Thank you, Karen. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Sorry, I feel like I'm
You can
sitting on
bend
it.
it down further. Pull it down, yank it down. Pull it
Okay, that better? Um, I'm just speechless that we have to convince three of you that this is a good idea. It frightens me that you're governing our town and you don't see the value of these sidewalks. I'm sorry I'm coming across so strong. There's a ton of money on the table for this. We're not going to get it back. And we're going to eventually have to put sidewalks there. Somebody's going to get hurt, and then we're going to have to do it. This time, we've got the money in front of us. I'm not quite sure what your numbers are, Gary, for it's a reimbursement. So you pay as you go, and the money comes in as we spend it. So I'm not sure why you say it has to go to the, I didn't understand your explanation about the money.
My understanding was that the town would have to appropriate all the money for the project, and only once the project was completed would we get reimbursed by the state for their 80% share.
Okay, it's not a total, it's a rolling reimbursement. That's how the tunnel went in at Melendi Road. So as you go, you get reimbursed as you go. So yes, there has to be money in the budget, but there is money in the budget to do this. So there's a rolling reimbursement. CIP, why do you have a committee that evaluates these projects if you're going to disregard what they have to say? And then my third question is, I would ask that you please put this back on the warrant, not as a petition warrant article, but as a regular warrant. You're adding a bias, and maybe that's not even that, it's so in your code. Why are the other articles not petitioned? Why are these two petitioned? Because you don't like them? There are other articles that you don't like that you didn't put as petition. I'd like you to put it back on as a regular, whatever your word you call, a non-petition warrant article.
I can help you with the last part first. Okay? There are two ways an article gets onto the warrant. The warrant is a warning by the select board, or in the case of the schools, the school board, that they're going to have a meeting to discuss the operating and capital budgets for the town. Okay? There are two ways an article gets onto the warrant. One is by the governing body placing it there. The other is by voters, when they meet certain criteria, placing it on the warrant. So in this case here, the select board did not, but the petitioners decided to. So that's a fact. You cannot change that. We're already past the deadline for doing that. The question that I think you're asking relates to the headline, and whether the article headline has to say by petition.
Okay.
I don't know the answer to that. I think I know the answer, but I can't swear with authority. But it might be one that Mr. Shannon and Mr. Drescher can look into, because the headline is just that. So what language is required in the headline is something that I can't answer for you, and we don't need to answer it today. But it could be something that's investigated. But literally, we cannot change the nature of the article, because that's the format that the petitioners use to get it onto the warrant.
Okay, thanks.
And I spoke to Mr. Shannon, and I'm not going to call the question at this moment. We also have Mr. Takacs, who's been very kind with his time today, and Mr. Daly, who would like to address the body as well. So, Mr. Takacs, Mr. Daly to speak first.
Mr. Monterey, I just wanted, I believe a petition warrant article does have to say it's by petition.
Thank you for that, Mr. Drescher. So, I don't know if you heard that, Ms. Costantino, but the word by petition has to appear on the warrant. Okay, Mr. Daly.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I guess the question about the reimbursement process that Selectman Daniels raised concerns about. I'll use it as a comparable project, the South Street improvement project that was done a couple of years ago. That was also a reimbursement project. The typical cycle for this project is basically 3 years. The first year is kind of the design, second year is engineering, the last year is typically construction. Yes, you have to gross appropriate the funds for this, but it is a rolling reimbursement process. And typically it takes about 3 years for full compensation of the 80% to return back to the community. With regards to the space reduction along Osgood Road, for me, public safety is tantamount over parking spaces, and I appreciate the comments from the BAC about addressing public safety concerns about kids having to walk in the street in lieu of parking vehicles along that roadway. If there are opportunities to improve the overall parking lot itself, the town should look to improve that and not sacrifice the public safety of students and residents who would actually want to walk and safely down Osgood Road. And also I appreciate the comments about the added costs. Sidewalks and these pedestrian improvements should be viewed as an asset, not a detriment to the community, and not be frowned upon. Again, it's to address a public safety issue on a well-traveled road. Just give you some perspective. Osgood Road, the average daily trips on Osgood Road is about almost 4,000 trips per day on a smaller connector road that connects to our downtown area. And again, I just want to stress that this is an opportunity for us to utilize available funds that won't be available should the town not proceed to go forward with this. There's a timing issue, and if we don't use it this year, we lose that opportunity. Thank you very much.
Welcome, Mr. Daly. Mr. Tacker.
Okay, I got two things to say. I wasn't going to say the one, but now I will. Hello.
You did- that's
Okay.
great.
There I am.
Now, we can keep going all night if you just do it like that.
Okay, all right. This has been brought up by two people now, so I wasn't going to say anything, but now I will. This idea that, okay, this is a one-time deal, we're never going to get this deal again. This is take it now or you're going to lose it. Well, I heard the same thing last year, and we defeated it last year because people just didn't think it was worth the 20%. What makes you think that we're not going to get this opportunity again? I mean, we've had it 2 years in a row. So that's not one reason to vote on it, but that wasn't my main problem. On this particular article, which was turned down, as Mr. Daniels pointed out, quite heavily last year, I don't know how many people that are in this body or that are watching it on TV know where Armory Road connects up with Osgood, but that road is extremely narrow. It's almost impossible even to get two cars by in opposite directions. On the one side, you've got the Armory, which is government property. On the other side, you've got one house, which is literally, the front door is right on the road. There is nowhere to put 5 feet of sidewalk without making it absolutely dangerous to pass two cars. It's just, if you ever go down there, I go down there like twice a day, every day. So I can tell you, I don't normally speed, but I usually go the speed limit, but I don't go the speed limit anymore. Don't exceed the speed limit on Armory Road at that point because it is too dangerous if there's a car coming at me. It just, and to put a 5-foot sidewalk in there, it's just not practical. It just plain isn't. So before you get all hipped up about, oh, we need sidewalks, we're growing town and all that, okay, I could buy that down at Lorden Plaza. That's why I didn't say anything. But the one on Armory Road, no, there's just nowhere, unless you tear that house down, which is not going to happen unless you did it by eminent domain, because people living there want to live there. So, and you can't take the property away from the federal government, that's for sure. So I recommend that you do not pass this. I'm not going to go with the 0, but just for general information, I think you should turn it down. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Patio Lane. My question is probably more so to Lincoln, that maybe you should explain this. I know the total is 797, but just like what Mr. Tack has said, Armory Road, I mean, there's plenty of road to get to Adams Field as far as putting a 5-foot sidewalk on, but when you get past Adams Field, that road starts to narrow, and you've got the bridge at Osgood Pond, and then you have the bridge that's actually on Armory Road. Are those, like, when we reach the 797, does the money just stop and we stop the project because it's planned to go so far until the money runs out? Or do we look at rebuilding 2 bridges because we wanted the sidewalk in? And I think that might be for more Lincoln to help everyone understand that.
Mr. Moderator, Lincoln has his hand raised.
Yes, Mr. Daly.
Thank you. And I appreciate the questions from the audience and from Captain Fry. It's worth noting that the entire length will not be dedicated 5-foot wide sidewalks with granite curbing. A portion of that, including along Armory Road, maybe what's called a side path. So it's a dedicated area off the road itself that would be for pedestrian, for multimodal, for bikes and for walkers. We have reached out to the Armory directly, and they are very enthusiastic about the project, are willing to work with the town to give an easement across their property to cross to create this pedestrian path. With regards to crossing any bridges, that's part of our discussion with our engineering consultant to be hired, should this go forward, to work to resolve those issues, to find alternative solutions that would allow for a safe passage of cyclists and hikers or walkers along those bridged areas. We're not looking to improve the bridges at this point in time. So it's looking for alternative solutions that will work within the existing environment, within the right-of-way that exists, but also work with the abutting property owners to acquire easements, similar to what occurred in South Street. The town had to acquire crossing easements to cross people's properties, to put sidewalks in and/or to underground the utilities in that area. They'll follow a similar process here. We'll work with, as part of the overall 3-year process, to work with the abutting property owners to find the best solution to make this work. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Daly.
Thank you, Lincoln, for answering Mr. Takis's question, because both Chris and I were going to try to help out with that. But what I wanted to go back to just real quickly was the observation that, yes, we brought these CMAQ grants to the people last year, and we're back again, and they're only one time, whatever, what Steve said. Last year, the state of New Hampshire, through the CMAQ program, made a special kind of dispensation. They extended 1 year on this grant cycle. That is not something that they normally do. Normally, they're very structured in their 1 or 2 year cycles. It was a special situation. That's why we're able to come back here this year.
Thank you.
Not to beat it to death one side or the other, like your comment, saying if there's something that adds fuel. Plenty of room to park.
Can't hear him.
I'm sorry. There'll be plenty of room to park at the high school, okay, at West Street, okay? People drive around the oval 6 and 7 times to find a parking spot to park in front of the town hall. So what do you think they're gonna do over there? If people can't park right in front of a facility they're gonna go to, they're not gonna go.
Are you posing that question to me?
No,
Yes.
let's not have dialogue. It has to come through me.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm interpreting this as a rhetorical question, but go ahead and make your point.
The fact that they can park at the high school is not, yes, she has her answer, I have mine, is not an answer. If people are going to the town hall, and there's no space, they're gonna drive around the oval 3 and 4 and 5 times till they find a space. They're not gonna walk. So for somebody that's going from the Adams Field and park on West Street, and the parking spaces they have it's not a practicality, in my opinion. She has yours, she has hers, and that's my, okay?
Very good. Thank you for that.
I'd like to call the question.
Question is called.
Mr. Moderator, Lincoln Daly did have his hand raised.
Okay, Mr. Daly.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just one last point, and I appreciate Mr. Labante's kind of question and commentary about parking. And I think if we're asking the children to walk from the high school and the middle school, why are we not asking the parents who can park in available parking spaces at the high school to walk also? I appreciate the notion that people tend to park right in front of the facility or activity in which they're partaking in or observing. But it's an opportunity to improve safety along that roadway. And there is ample parking opportunity at the high school and middle school who then can walk down to that event should there need to be any opportunity to observe or partake. So I think it's what's good for the kids is what's also good for the parents too, to park and walk also. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Daly. All right, the question has been called. All those in favor of calling the question, please raise your card. Anyone opposed? We've called the question. Okay. So there are no further discussion on warrant Article 25. So with that, I'll instruct the town clerk to place warrant Article 25 on the ballot as originally worded.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Daniels.
Move to restrict reconsideration on Articles 24 and 25.
We have a motion to restrict reconsideration of Articles 24 and 25. Is there a second to that? Mr. Dodd, Ms. Gilbert. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration? Say aye. Raise your card. Anyone opposed? All right. We've restricted reconsideration, and the meeting is adjourned at 3:28. Thank you all very much, and we'll see you on Thursday and in March.
Last year, we would have